Good afternoon. This is a hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on December 13th, 2023, in accordance with the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Town of Chatham Wetlands Protection Bylaw and Regulations. My name's Janet Williams, and I serve as the chair. Today's hearing is being broadcast live on Channel 8 and is being recorded for the on-demand archives available on the town's website. It's being conducted in person, by phone, and by video conference. The agenda, instructions on how to attend, and copies of all documents for review have been posted on the town website. So to all participants, whether you're attending by phone or online, please remain muted unless you've been recognized by the chair. When you've been recognized, please identify yourselves for the record. If you are attending by phone, you can mute and unmute your phone by using *6. And if you're online and you're not a commissioner, we ask that you please keep your cameras turned off unless and until you've been recognized. You can indicate that you wish to speak by using the raised hand feature, and we'll try to be monitoring the activity on the platform and call on people as we see that. So that we have a record of a quorum attending today, I'll now ask each commissioner to indicate their presence. Vice Chair Karen Lattin.
Present.
Bob Rawls.
Present.
Bob Delvecchio is not present today. He is on a leave. Mary Sullivan is not here today. Elise Gordon.
Present.
And Cheryl Maservi is also not here today, but we do have a quorum. With that, we can move forward into the top of the agenda. We'll be led through that by our acting conservation agent, Paul Whiteman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the Commission. First on the agenda today is a review of a requested order of conditions. The address is 486 Shore Road, the owner 486 Shore Road LLC, map 16F, parcel A7. The DEP number is Southeast Region 103643. The project description is demolition of an existing single-family dwelling and construction of a new dwelling within the buffer zone to a coastal bank. That is the project.
Thank you, Paul. So starting with commission members, this document has been posted in various folders in MyTownGov for the last period while we were awaiting a decision from the Zoning Board of Appeals, which I believe has come down. So I think earlier versions captured people's comments, edits, and changes, but and I only found one error that I needed to correct. But does anybody have other questions, comments, edits, or changes?
Nope. I'm good.
I think we were done before, so, yeah.
Yeah, we've been through it a couple times. So Attorney Riley is standing at the podium, so I assume he has questions, comments, or changes.
Cheryl's here.
Yes, I wish I knew where they were posted because,
The working draft is posted in our Dropbox. Once we finish editing it and get it ready for public release, it goes to the MyTownGov.
I thought I'd just somehow.
Nah, you don't get early weigh-in.
All right, so the one issue I have, unless Dave Clark is here, I don't think he's got any issues, but, this is a pre-78 building. And the I'm trying to remember what number so ordinarily, we wouldn't have any objection to your language prohibiting engineered structures. However, this is a unique situation where there's an existing revetment at the bottom of their slope, and I think that we need a modification of that paragraph.
I'm looking for, I thought it had been removed.
Oh, that's
We
11.
normally go through this, but I thought,
11 on the,
oh, there it is, no coastal engineering structure. Okay, 'cause
Right.
there already is one. Yep,
page 11N.
yep.
Okay, so Dave Clark said, well, the structure was created, built by the town of Chatham presumably decades ago. I don't think there was ever an order of conditions related to it. But it's on our property, and so we're going to want to be able to maintain it. And so I think I think that language in 11 has to be changed so that we're,
I just took it out altogether, so that, that's easier. No, if you need to do any work on that revetment,
okay,
that would be the subject of another NOI, at which point,
right.
I know we delved, not terribly deeply, but to some point into the origin of the permission to build it. We saw that it had, you're right, not an order of conditions, but some variation of a license had been issued by the town. But when the time comes that you want to do work on it,
great.
it won't be prohibited by that language.
You know, and this just reinforces what I tell people all the time. The most reasonable conservation commission on Cape Cod is right here in Chatham.
We've got to do something about that. That is not, that is not, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay.
Definitely moron.
All right. Ready for a motion to close the hearing? And anybody else have anything to say? Questions, comments on 486 Shore Road? Seeing none, we'll take a motion to close the hearing and approve the order of conditions.
I move that we close the hearing and approve the order of conditions for 486 Shore Road.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl? Let the record show that Cheryl Maserby is here and votes aye. And I vote aye, so that is approved. Thank you. Thank you all for that. All right, Paul, ready to move on.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is a first phase request to amend an order of conditions. The address is 40 Gamies Lane. The owner, Glenview Trust Company, map 15B, parcel 7-4A, Southeast Region, DEP number 10-3567. The proposed project is an addition and associated site improvements. The amendment includes landscape plan changes as well. And this, again, is a first phase request.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tom Mulcahy with Mulcahy Design Group. I'm representing the clients at 40 Gamies Lane. We're requesting a plan amendment to the previously approved plan dated October 5th, 2022, prepared by Coastal Engineering. MDG's landscape plan reduces the exterior hardscape coverage for an overall net decrease. This drawing set also provides a proposed planting plan which was not present in the previous NOI. We are proposing 100% native plant species within the 0 to 50 buffer zone, 80% native plant species within the 50 to 100 buffer zone. There's also an existing oak out in the rear lawn by the top of bank that was severely damaged by a lightning storm. We're calling out to remove and replace it with like. There is an existing holly tree that's very close to the new garage addition. We're calling out to remove that due to proximity concerns and replace it. We are also proposing some of the plan changes here. We're proposing a rinse station along the east facade in the side yard with a wood enclosure with dry set stone pavers. We reduced and revised the previously approved vehicular P-stone drive, entry drive. We're showing a proposed side yard stepping stone path on the west side. And along that path, we're showing a masonry outdoor kitchen and a low picket fence and arbor. The previous plan was calling out dry wells for to capture the site drainage from the house. but there's actually no gutters on the house. So I'm calling out a stone drip edge along the facade where it would capture that roof runoff. We're proposing a small wood gate out by the rain garden to kind of close off that lawn pathway. And we're proposing to relocate the existing generator to the east facade of the new garage. So it was previously within the 0 to 50, and we're moving it outside of the 0 to 50 to the 50 to 100.
Okay.
There was a 1 square foot decrease of exterior hardscape coverage within the 0 to 50, a decrease of 53 square feet of exterior hardscape coverage within the 50 to 100, resulting in a net decrease of 54 square feet from the previously approved plan.
Okay.
If you have any questions.
No, thank you. I was about to stop you, but I realized that all you're doing is reading the list of proposed changes.
Yeah.
It's lengthy, but the only question before us today is whether this is a Phase 1, so the only question we're deciding is whether these changes are sufficiently within the scope of the approved order of conditions to qualify as an amendment, or whether they would require a separate notice of intent. And as we look at them, it appears to be changes that have evolved over the course of the implementation of the project as things go along. Small changes here and there. I think because it's only Phase 1, I didn't look too deeply into the plans that you submitted, but I'm assuming that this color-coded one will show the coverage change from what was approved to what you're proposing now.
Correct.
Okay, so does anybody have any question about the scope of?
No.
Okay, I'll take a motion then to approve the request for the Phase 1 request for an amendment. And then we'll move on to when we'll hear that.
I move that we accept the Phase 1 amendment for 40 Gamies Lane.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote, Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So, Mr. Mulcahy, will you be submitting any other materials, plans, anything else?
No, everything's already
Everything
submitted.
is in.
Accept the coverage.
Is the coverage already indicated on these?
Yep.
So it's already here. Okay. So the next thing that has to happen is it has to be noticed for abutters, and that the actual substantive hearing will take place. Paul, can we schedule that now, or do we have to wait until he submits the request for Phase 2?
You can schedule it now. You might want to put it out far enough so he has the time to do what he needs to do.
Yep.
But yes, you can go forward with the date now.
Okay. We could do it on January 10th.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yep.
All right.
Do we have to
Yep.
do a motion?
Do we need to do a motion for that? I guess so, we're going to,
Yes.
yes.
Right. I move that we schedule 40 Gamies Lane for the meeting on January 10th, 2024.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote, Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, we'll see you back here on January 10th. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. All right, Paul, next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next on the agenda is another request to amend an order of conditions, Phase 1. This addresses 68 Judges Way. The owners are Andrew and Caroline Beaumont, map 11B, parcel 1A-RS, DEP Southeast Region 10-3640 is the number. The project is proposed swimming pool. The amendment includes increasing the retaining wall in length and increasing the patio footprint. That's the project.
Thank you, Paul. Just as a reminder to people who are attending online to please keep your cameras turned off unless you're speaking. It tends to use up too much bandwidth. So I see somebody who's got it on. Did anyone see his name? Sir, if you would turn that off, we would appreciate it.
Can you see his
He
name?
seems frozen.
Bob?
Well, it's because he's got his camera on.
I think he's frozen.
Janet?
Yes? He's frozen. Okay.
It's,
Well, Crystal, are you there?
yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but I was only able to join on my phone. I don't know if we have a lot of people attending virtually, and I can't get on, but
What happens when you try to get on?
it lets me in, but then there's nobody there. And I tried the link on my schedule and the link in the,
Is it possible,
my town.
is it possible you don't have the right link? Because we
I tried two
see
different,
at least one person.
Yeah, Paul's on too. Paul,
Yeah.
which link, did you use the link on the agenda for today to get in online?
Uh-oh,
Uh-oh.
maybe we lost Paul.
Oh, no, you haven't lost me. I'm still here.
Okay.
I'd like to
phew.
be, I'd like to be lost.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm
okay,
still
we
here.
get that.
All right,
So would
I did
we.
have some trouble, I did have some trouble getting on. Crystal, I had to do it twice, went to My Town Gov. But if you can't, I mean, your phone is absolutely sufficient if you can hear everything and speak.
How many people?
okay,
are-
people are commenting and they said,
They can't get on either?
Stephanie went through the website link and somebody else went through my town government, which is what I went through.
Can we?
Okay, I think we're going to need to take a very short break here and get our IT folks on this, because if people aren't able to attend, it's going to be no point in having a hearing. So we're going to take a short break.
There are a few people. Look.
Yeah, how many
One,
people
two,
are on
three,
the
4, 5,
platform?
6, 7, 8, 9.
16. You only
16?
see what you can see,
Oh, I know,
yeah, yeah.
but
So it looks like it's working to me.
Yeah, he didn't hear it.
Try it again. I went in and out like 5 times.
in just a few seconds. All right, we're back on the air. Now you can approach. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We are requesting a amendment to the current order of conditions in order to...
Can you please identify yourself for the record?
What's that? Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm Dylan Hoyt from Shoreline Pools.
Okay.
On behalf of the Beaumonts. And we are requesting an extension of the current retaining walls that were proposed and approved on the original order of conditions, increasing the length and also replacing the existing wall on site to return into the house for a more consistent look, as well as slightly increasing the patio square footage on either side of the pool to allow a more cohesive patio space.
Okay, thank you. So you heard what I just said to the gentleman before you. This is Phase 1, and the only question we're deciding is whether this is within the scope of the approved order of conditions. I'll ask you the other same question. Do you have further materials that you would expect to be providing us, or have you, since you did submit plans, will you be having anything else that you're going to submit?
No, shouldn't be anything
Okay.
further.
Okay, then we'll take a motion to, unless there's questions or comments about the scope of this? No, it seems clearly within the scope of the order. We'll do a motion to approve the request for the Phase 1, and then we'll move on to schedule the Phase 2.
I move that we approve the Phase 1 for 68 Judges Way for the amended order of conditions.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I abstain because I am not participating in this. All right, Paul, once again, we have everything we're going to need to look at. So it's a matter of scheduling the Phase 2 substantive hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, just the issue is as long as he's got time to do the mailing under the Public Records Act. and
Right, so
notify the
January
abutters.
10th, yep, January 10th, the date that the other gentleman accepted, gives you
Right.
4 weeks, so that's plenty of time to get the notices out.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we will take a motion then to schedule the Phase 2 for January the 10th.
I move that we schedule 68 Judges Way for the meeting on January 10th for the Phase 2 amended order of conditions.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I abstain again. All right, we will see you back here January 10th for the substantive Phase 2. Thank you
you.
very much. All right, Paul, moving on to the next one.
Moving on to the next one. Next on the agenda is a enforcement order which was previously issued to 77 Geranium Drive, Lawrence P. Capodalupo, Revocable Trust, map 8D, parcel 17-R2, unauthorized removal and topping of trees in a resource area. I just want to point out there was no topping of trees on this one. It's minor, it doesn't make any difference. The applicant has requested a continuance to January 10th in order for his consultant to prepare for the next meeting.
Okay,
I move that we continue 77 Geranium Drive to the meeting on January 10th, 2024 for an enforcement order.
Gordon, second.
roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, that is continued to the 10th. All right, Paul, next one.
Next on the agenda, we move now to requested certificates of compliance. The first one is 147 Woodland Way, Thomas and Kathleen Doherty, map 11J, parcel HC41, DEP Southeast Region 10-3288 is the number. The project is demo existing dwelling and garage and construct a new dwelling. David is here. I believe we had a question on the lawn on this, and as you're well aware, there's been some information submitted to that. So we continued this for questions on some of the landscaping. So I will stop speaking, and David can address the chair through you. Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Paul.
David Clark Engineering for the record. So the commission asked if there was a condition that no fertilizer, no irrigation was to be used in the ore. Why is the lawn so green? I posed that question to the landscape professional in charge of the project, and he provided a response. Basically, they use compost and seasonal irrigation. And he also suggested that if the commission feels that that goes against that condition, they will stop that activity.
Okay, since we received this directly, thank you for summarizing it, but I'm going to read it anyway, just to
Okay.
read it into the record. It's from Kyle Holt-Cullity from Executive, I think it is, Landscape. We've been using temporary irrigation, which we break down at the end of the season. We will discontinue the setup and use of it moving forward. As for fertilizers or pesticides, Executive Landscaping does not use them within the aura. We do use a combination of things from composting and aerating to using microorganisms to help promote as healthy a lawn in the aura as we can. Any weeds we treat, we use a diluted vinegar mixture. Should the commission wish us to cease all of the above treatments, we will gladly do so. Questions?
Actually, my question at the time, I think, was, is that lawn within the confines of the original approved plan?
Yes, the landscape plan showed lawn in that area.
Even though it's in, is it in your view that it is or isn't within the NDZ? The lawn?
A small portion of it is in the NDZ. There was a lawn there before. Actually, that whole area of the yard was fenced in prior to construction. The former owners had a large dog area on the water side of the house, so it was all part of an existing Cape Cod lawn area, yeah.
So the commission at the time just let that lawn stay in the NDZ?
Yes.
Okay.
So you had the same concern at the last meeting, so I went back and looked at the order, and Janet and Bob were on the commission.
Oh, what? Yeah, she showed me my signature. You're right. You're right. But that, in my defense,
That
I
commission.
was a newbie. I would not have allowed that today. My bad, okay.
All right. Anybody else? Any other?
But the question is, the question whether they should or shouldn't
You want them to-
continue.
Yeah.
That's providing nitrogen, I guess, right? Right next to the NDZ?
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like a great idea to me.
No.
Okay, I think then the motion should be to approve the certificate of compliance with the condition that they cease treatment of that lawn area.
Okay?
I move that we approve the certificate of compliance for 147 Woodland Way with the condition that all treatments be
Discontinue.
discontinued. I couldn't think.
Gordon second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
I suppose.
There you go. Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that one is issued.
Thank you.
Okay. Next one, Paul, please.
Next one is, again, a certificate of compliance request on 31 Thayer Lane. William and Amanda Madar, trustees, map 16G, parcel K4, DEP Southeast Region 10-2170 is the DEP number issued. The project was for bank stabilization, beach nourishment, and dune restoration. I'm going to just, this has a long and sordid procedural history, and maybe David can get recognized. Essentially what's going on here is that there's an old order, which is this one, 2170, and there was an attempt to stabilize the bank, and basically the project failed, and then there was a new order issued later, which covered the same work in the same area. That was SE 10 2903. There are some ongoing conditions here, but essentially David's position, and I think he's right, is that the new SE number and the order that was issued under 2903 superseded this prior one, which failed, and the project, we should just close out this certificate of compliance. I guess the question I have for David is, in terms of nourishment, is everything going to be covered under the 2903 ongoing conditions, or do we need to point out any ongoing conditions here in this order?
Yeah, so
2170.
sorry, David Clark for the record. So 2903 is the current order, or actually closed that out a couple of years ago, has ongoing conditions to maintain the beach nourishment, the dune stabilization that Wilkinson did, not just on this property, but 5 properties in this stretch. So any of the ongoing conditions under the order that you're considering now have been superseded, and there's really nothing to maintain there because it was all removed because it failed.
Okay, so there's nothing left in this order that needs to survive? It's
Correct.
all been, okay,
Correct.
that sounds.
All right.
Any questions? Okay, motion to approve?
I move that we approve the certificate of compliance for 31 Thayer Lane.
Gordon second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that
Thank
one's
you.
issued. One more. Next one, Paul.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, David.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Madam Chair. Next on the agenda is a approval of a restoration order on a prior enforcement order that was issued at 552 Orleans Road. Hung Gately LLC is the owner, map 13J, parcels G19. The project was originally a restoration for a violation of cutting, filling, sedimentation, construction of a retaining wall, and vegetation removal. The order was amended several times, has a very long procedural history, and Crawford Land Management has submitted a request to close out or rescind the enforcement order based on the fact that they have explained in their filing that all of the requirements under the order have been met, and that the commission, I believe, has reviewed a restoration order for this project. So if that restoration order is you're all in agreement that it's complete, we would simply just approve the restoration order, and then I'd send a letter, and we would rescind the enforcement order. That's
that-
essentially what.
Okay, is that I'm pleased to say this is the first matter that has reached this point under our new process of restoration orders, where enforcement orders require more lengthy restoration than just fix it. So, you're right, we've not yet issued a letter. We've talked about this. I think that issuing an official letter saying that the conditions contained in that restoration order have been satisfactorily completed. I don't know that, is there a process or a particular language, Paul, for closing out an enforcement order, the underlying enforcement order? I don't think we rescind it, we just indicate it's been satisfied or completed?
Yeah, you could, I mean, in terms of art, yep, you could, I could word it that way. Essentially, though, the process is, none of this gets recorded at the registry.
Right.
So it's basically, this restoration order process is a great way to deal with enforcement orders, because it's very comprehensive and complete and covers everything. And in this particular case, I would just simply issue a letter authorized by you, or you could do it, in which we're lifting it or indicating that all of the requirements under the enforcement order have been met, and we're closing it out. However, whatever language we want to use, it ends the enforcement order officially.
Okay. Okay, anybody have questions?
No.
We're glad to see one come to this point and be satisfactorily completed. That's good. So we'll take a motion then to authorize Paul to issue a letter indicating satisfactory completion of the restoration order.
I move that we approve the satisfactory implementation of a restoration order for 552 Orleans Road, and allow Paul to send a letter noting that it has been completed.
Gordon
By
second.
Christmas.
Yeah, why not? Okay, roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. That one is closed out. Yay. Let's get some more done. All right, Paul, ready to move on to the next?
Yes, on the agenda next is minutes. I believe you want to bump those to the end
Yes,
of the meeting.
please. Yep.
So we'll table,
Table.
just a motion to table the minutes, and we'll move on to the next notice of intent.
Oh, okay.
I move that we table the minutes until the end of the meeting.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote, Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. We'll hold off on that so people don't have to sit through that. Okay.
Okay, next on the agenda is a notice of intent. The address is 23 Wilkie Way, William Riley, not our infamous attorney Riley, map 17D, parcel 9, F10, Southeast Region 10. I don't have a DEP number listed. The
Surely it
project
has
was
one.
removed. Yeah, I'll look it up while we're talking. Removal of invasive plants, new planting, new gravel, infiltration strips at the residence and garage, new bark mulch path, expanded crushed shell driveway, new walkway and steps, and new fencing. And I did indicate incorrectly that Mr. White was going to appear in person, but he is here virtually.
Yep.
And he is ready to address your questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Paul. Hello, Mr. White.
Hi, everyone.
Okay. The
So-
floor is yours.
Okay, should I pull up documents on my screen?
If you can.
We can or you can. If you want to share them, that's fine. Otherwise, we can do it.
I think because of the history of how we've performed on this, I have a series of documents to kind of bring us all up to speed efficiently. So if I could
Okay.
use the screen,
You should be
I'm
able
not sure
to
how.
have, you should have sharing rights under, there should be a little,
Hit the sharing button, share button.
Share content.
Top right?
So
yeah.
top right, share. Okay, and I want to share my screen. Can everybody see the notice of intent application?
Yep.
Great. Yep, good job.
Okay, if we want to come back to this, the original form, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, don't need that.
I'm happy to come back to the narrative, which I think Paul already addressed. I have the original existing conditions survey, which I can just walk through briefly, that there is an I'm sorry, some,
I need everybody, please, on the platform or on the phones to mute themselves. Except Mr. White.
okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have to use this screen, this highlighter. Oh, I guess it's not working for me. I was going to try and highlight on here.
You should have a
Can you
little
see the
hand
existing-
feature at least that you can, or a little cursor feature that you can move around and direct attention at that.
Yeah, okay. So here is an existing walkway, sidewalk that comes in. It's a stone sidewalk. Here's the existing kind of slate sidewalk that goes to the front door, and stairs, existing crushed stone, shell driveway. There's planting yard, there's a fence and some vegetation here. Most of this yard is all, lawn and plant beds. And there's an island here of existing trees and shrubs, some native, some non-native. I think that's, if anybody's got any questions on this, I'm happy to address it now for the existing conditions.
Nope, I think we're pretty familiar. We had a site visit and site tour. The homeowner walked us through, so yeah, we're pretty familiar with it. Thank you.
Okay, so we then submitted on 6/20, I think was the submission, this landscape plan for the project to show what we'd like to do, which is bring the driveway and cars out through this turnaround area, or it's a drive-through, and that would be crushed shell and lawn, so it's not a complete driveway or pavement. We'd like to get guest parking off in this section. It's in the 50 to 100-foot setback. We want to redo the walkway so that there's stairs at the entrance. The client's parents are going to be living here and they're elderly, so we want to make a manageable sidewalk essentially in the similar place where it is. There is limited grading in that area to bring the lawn and plant beds up to the stairs so that eliminates erosion and kind of has a flat lawn area there. That we've shown added fence here to keep the dog in. There's currently a fence back there. And so I think that's good on that plan. Now I just got to move. Sorry, I'm having trouble flipping through my PDF pages here. Okay, so this plan was a plan, this may have been reviewed at the site, available to those who visited the site.
Yes,
that
we did
talks
see
about
that. Yep, we did, that was when we had asked that they switch the mitigation, which had originally been proposed as scattered small beds of native plantings to
Yes.
put that into a single area. So we actually have one, I think it's more recent than what you're showing.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, why don't you go to that one, because this one was a temporary one that
Yeah.
yep.
Okay, so now I think we're to the current submission. And let's see, do I have the right one there? The current civil submission should be here. I think this is not the civil submission, but this is the landscape plan.
Yep.
And we were asked to document the plants that were in the island here. So we went down and did that, and we showed this drawing, which shows existing native, non-native species, and still indicates that we want to add 2 large evergreens, junipers in there. And the reason we want to plug those in there is for screening and to increase native vegetation. Let's see here. So I've got to get to the now the submission drawing. And this should be the submission that you have now
Correct.
for the civil plan. And what we're showing is, I hope this highlighter works. This highlighter doesn't work. The red indicates where we've increased the mitigation bed for planting. And we've incorporated some of the plants that were scattered around and are proposing that those get planted in that area, which is all native and the same plant species that we use currently in other areas. And we want to take out the walkway that was proposed, or the pathway that was proposed to be cut through the back north vegetated area. That was not of that high importance to the client. We felt like the board or the commission was curious why we were having a lawn or mulch path in there. So we would like to take that out unless there's just kind of maintenance of removal of invasives. They'd like to do that over the years if possible. If they got to keep coming back, I think they'll just stay out of there.
Yeah.
So I think that hopefully that brings us up to speed. I would like to apologize for the kind of back and forth that you've been forced to go through with us. The person that was in charge of this project has left the firm, and so I'm picking up, but I think I have enough information about where we're at and where we want to be and what we're asking of the commission to consider.
Okay, thank you. This is, yes, you're right, it's been quite a long and winding road to get to this point. And I'm looking at, so one of the things that we need in order to move forward with an order of conditions is a final accounting of what the total impacts of the project are. And so that you have a coverage chart on the most recent landscape plan, L0, and then you have one on the plan all right, there's one right there. So that indicates total net change in the no disturb zone of 315 square feet, whereas on the landscape plan, it says 387.
Okay.
So there's not a, it's inconsistent, and I don't know which one is
Yes,
the current.
so
One of them is
the-
probably the older version and needs to be updated.
That's right. I think the current accurate one should be this civil plan.
Okay.
We put the plan on the older drawing, the landscape plan, for convenience on that plan.
Okay.
But the people doing the calculation of the civil, and they told us they updated this drawing to the
Okay.
current application.
All right, so we would ask then that you, please, can you remove the chart that's on the landscape plan?
Yep.
So that we don't have that as an element of confusion in the future when we get to certificate of compliance time.
Yep.
So the final figures then are the ones here. So it's an addition of 315 square feet in the no disturb zone and 797 in the outer aura, and that's a reduction from what had been originally proposed. And the total mitigation in the two areas where you've got them shown is 2,102 square feet. Is that all that correct?
Yeah, that sounds correct. Yep.
Okay, so just resubmit that landscape plan then without that old chart on it,
Yes.
and that'll help. All right, with that, let me open it to questions and comments from members of the commission. Karen, I'll start over here.
In that area that is sort of marked by SK01, where the driveway is,
Yes.
maybe I missed it, but can you tell me what is being removed
In this area?
in that little, it's SK01, it's where the driveway's going to go around it from the road, and it's that little semicircular, yeah. That little semicircle near the road, where the driveway goes by it. Yes.
Yes, so there are there's kind of volunteer plants. I'm just trying to get
Right.
hopefully I can use this, like this 1 foot edge along here.
Yeah.
So it's native and non-native perennials. We don't know what exactly they are, but many of them is there's a bunch of Miscanthus sinensis in there and some privet. Then this
Right.
area, we don't want to remove anything of the big vegetation.
But-
We really just intend to plant the Junipers virginiana, these
But I
two
would
here.
like to sort of know what is being removed, if it's all non-native, if it's, what? Go ahead. You know, it's just because when we were out there, the driveway, the right side, the driveway closest to this area was actually within this SK01 area. So I know a bunch of things have to come out because the markers for the driveway were within that little circle area or semicircle area. So I was just curious if you could, how much is being removed? Maybe that's a better way to word it.
Well, isn't everything being removed?
Yeah, well,
Since the
he's saying-
driveway is going to go through there, right?
Well, but he's saying this is SK01, they're trying to keep things, but there
Right.
are things that are being removed, and I didn't see anywhere that documented like even how many square feet are being removed. Whether it's non-native, native, I need to sort of know, because that becomes part of the calculation, because you are removing them.
Yeah, okay, so on the site plan, we're removing 202 square feet of that vegetation. So are you asking how many perennials and how many shrubs are coming out there in that footprint of this gravel?
Well, yeah, sort of. Where are you?
Okay.
Where is that 202 square feet reflected on the plans? I just didn't see it.
Okay, do you see my cursor with the blue box?
Yeah,
So that shows the expanded shell area, and it's 200 square feet. That's where that plant bed is on the edge of that
Okay.
driveway that you saw.
Oh, okay.
So that's in the calculation, but there's no big trees or shrubs there. And I apologize. We thought you were asking for all the trees and shrubs in that island, which we specified on the planting plan of existing, the native and non-native stuff.
Well, to give you an example, when we were there, of course, I used this Google plant ID thing, but there were winterberry, hibiscus, a dogwood, it said. So, that's just what I was hoping to see. And, I mean, obviously, now it's winter, so it's a little more difficult to figure out what's there.
No, we submitted that plan. I'm going to pull it up. This blow up of the plan SK01. And we have those plants in there specified. I'm just going to grab the
Well,
drawing.
no, these were right on the edge, which I assume is, they were where the driveway will be. Those are the ones I'm talking about that I just did. I didn't go into the little semicircle, but, all right. Well,
Okay.
I'll let someone else get involved and then maybe I'll come back.
Well, just want to clarify, Mr. Boyd, I know what Karen is saying, when we were on site with the driveway dimensions were for the expanded driveway, one with the planting bed running down the middle, not the solid stone driveway, but the final extension. The stakes were buried deeply into existing vegetation. And one of our members moved the vegetation inside, said, look, there's the driveway location. So all we're really wanting to know is, what is that vegetation that's coming out to create that new driveway, the final extension?
Yes, okay. I apologize. I think
okay.
it was interpreted on our end what is still there.
Yep.
And,
And
but I
that's not,
understand
that's
what
not
you're
useless
asking for.
information, by the way.
Right.
It's useful for us
Yeah.
to know that part is what you're leaving there and what you're planting there. But the only question is, what's coming out for that final piece? I guess it's 177 square feet, and then for one part of the driveway, proposed crushed shell driveway expansion. That's the area that is currently vegetated, but won't be, presumably. So just trying to get a handle on what's being removed from that, that's all.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You
I'll
wanna-
let,
All right,
Okay.
but to close on this was the plan that we submitted for existing, and
Yep.
I understand you're asking for the missing information?
The area just to the top of where you have those two new junipers indicated, where the driveway
Yep.
is shown. That's the area.
Okay,
Okay, you done?
well, actually,
going.
since you just highlighted that one, I'll do one more thing and then I'll let others chime in. In that plan, you say non-native / native weeds. I assume that some invasive and things will be managed in that section to allow the other things that are remaining to thrive?
yes, that's
Okay.
the intent, yep.
Good. Okay, thank you.
First starting what needs to be removed for the actual planting, and then in that whole area, client wants non-native material to be taken away.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Cheryl, any questions? No? Bob?
Yes, a couple of questions. I think maybe I'm still not clear on what's happening on the other side of the property. On your plan where we have the red slashes, which isn't labeled. And I thought I heard you
Yes,
address, I heard you address it, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. Oh, okay,
So
I'm looking
based on-
at a different plan than you are, okay.
Which one are you
Okay,
looking at, the
you were-
site plan with
I'm looking at the
Yeah.
the red?
with the
It
red.
has-
Yeah, that's the site
It
plan.
says proposed removal of invasive vegetation and mitigation.
Right, 21 square feet.
Yeah, so on this plan,
Yep, the far left,
so we
there
had
you go.
originally, we thought that the mitigation, this work here would satisfy a lot of the requirements that you might be asking for the driveway. And the client was concerned about the cost of doing this in here, but originally, our firm had said, if you get rid of a lot of invasives there, that's usually a net benefit. But because we expanded the mitigation area over to the right, closer to the driveway, and didn't relieve any of the other planting that they intend to do. The client asked, can we just not be forced to do that and will not put a path in there? So that's where we stand is we're not going to ask for a path. We don't want to cut through there. But if the board says you manage the invasives in there, the client would be willing to do I don't think they want to get into clearing it and providing a new planting plan, but to remove a few, of the trees that are coming in and the bittersweet and that kind of stuff they're willing to do. But it's a big, if we get into there, it's a big management plan. So what are we asking for today? We'd like to stay out of there completely if that's
All right, well, that's what I
helps us
thought,
approve
that's what I
of
thought I heard
the
you
project.
say. I thought I heard you say that, but this plan shows, I don't know if I were just to look at this plan, I wouldn't know what the red slash marks mean. I guess that means you're taking it out? You are removing your plan for the area?
Yeah, the wording should say, we should just eliminate this from the drawing. No
Yes,
red,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
Okay.
no notations.
Nothing
Instead of
whatsoever.
to try to say, hey, this is coming off the last proposal.
Right, just make it as existing conditions as it appears there.
Yeah,
And you don't need any of that mitigation for the rest of the project?
no, it's not in the calculation.
Okay, all right, that clears it up for me. All right, thanks.
Okay. Elise, anything?
My questions were related to the driveway that Karen asked about.
Okay, thank you. So so that 2,700 square feet is out. So we see the proposed mitigation area is 685 square feet. That's the double hatched. But that, on the chart, you're showing total mitigation of 2,102. How is that?
Yes, okay, so I guess I would ask the civil why they should we call all the other beds that were
Yeah,
proposed
those proposed,
planting as
exactly.
mitigation as well?
No, that was causing the problem in the first place. The proposed beds, to the extent that they are in our jurisdiction, need to be made native plants anyway. So
Yeah.
you don't get to call that mitigation. That's just a requirement of putting planting beds in a jurisdictional area. When I saw that the planting beds were still on the plan, my response looking at that was, I guess that's just for landscape purposes, but I didn't think they were being added into the calculation for total mitigation. That is how all this started, is exactly how all this started.
Maybe
So,
we should explain how it started, since he came in midway.
the very first plan had these small planting beds scattered throughout the property, some in the no disturb
Yes.
zone, some in the other buffer zones. And they were all proposed to be native, and that was, in total, presented as the mitigation. We explained that in our practice, mitigation is best kept in one area as close to as possible or contiguous to existing naturalized areas to create the
Yes.
the expanded wildlife area, and that small planting beds around the property are not particularly valuable. Even though it's great for the homeowner and we applaud putting native plants in, they don't count as mitigation. So that's when your associate went back and came back with created this larger proposed mitigation area next to the existing natural plant area. That's
Yes.
how this came about.
Okay, I understand. So it seems to me that graphically poorly portrayed where mitigation planting is and how we responded to your request that it's unified beds or, it's connected beds. Because these beds here, do you see my cursor?
Yes.
This is all connected. And those, except for this piece. So this would all be a connected bed for the mitigation area. And we still think this is part of mitigation planting as well, because we can't connect it because of that walkway. But we've eliminated the lawn that there used to be a gap here, and then we added additional mitigation planting here for a total mitigation area. But our drawing represents it as just there. But this bed is mitigation, these beds are mitigation. they're all new planting with
Well, they're
native.
contiguous. To the extent that they are contiguous too, and there's no separation between them and the proposed mitigation area, that's fine. They all form one continuous swath. So I can't do the math, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a little over 1,000 square feet, which I think is just about, you're going to have to do the math and add that up and compare that to your total coverage to make sure you've got sufficient amount of mitigation. But the other smaller
Yep.
beds scattered in different parts of the property would not count. Is that
Okay,
clear? Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so we've got to identify the 2,100 square feet of mitigation.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, and remove from that any of the small beds that are not part of this contiguous swath of mitigation. Like if there are planting beds up by the stairs, I mean, yeah, they should, oh, right, you can still plant there, but they need to be removed from the mitigation calculation, that's all.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I got it, okay. So that shouldn't be that's not that much.
Yep.
Okay, anything else? No, all right. One more continuance, and we're just about there. So,
Okay, so what I'm going to do is clarify where these square footages of mitigation exist and make sure the calculations are correct and
Yep.
that the beds follow your request of being contiguous. And then the calculations on the site plan, the civil site plan will be updated. The planting plan will make sure that that's correct if it isn't today, but that'll be updated. And we're going to look into identifying the existing conditions around the turnaround where the gravel's expanded, what plants are coming out of there.
correct.
Especially native plants.
Yep, that's it.
We have the square footages, but we don't
Yep.
have a list of species.
Right, and that's exactly, those are the last pieces of information that we need.
Okay, and there was one board request that we wanted better clarification, if we need to deal with it, was a mowing strip between the neighbor's property line where there is invasives
Yeah,
that
you've
are
got
not going to be
invasives over
touched.
there. Yep, so you're going to need to, we will put that in the order of conditions, that to maintain a mow strip on that side. So
So
that,
does that reduce our mitigation
No,
planting
the mow
area,
strip-
or is that a mitigation piece
it's
itself?
part of the mitigation. What
Okay.
the order of conditions will say is that when mitigation is adjacent to an area with invasives, the responsibility falls to the homeowner to ensure that those invasives don't cross into the mitigation area. Best way to do
Okay.
that, under current processes, is to do a mow strip and just walk there and during the growing season and keep an eye out on what is moving into the mitigation area and removing it. It's
Yeah,
spelled
okay.
out in the order of conditions, that process.
Yeah, so we're not going to show on a plan a mow strip for maintenance. We're just going to know that that's a process of
You
maintenance that
can
has to be
certainly
followed.
put it in on the plan so that we're all clear on where it's going to be. That is
Okay.
helpful, but it will be, it stays within the calculation.
Okay.
All right. How long,
We want to be on the next hearing, and if I have a window of a week to get these pulled together,
well,
we'll
you're
be
going to have
ready
more than
submit.
that. The next hearing, the next available hearing is January 10th.
Okay. So we'll submit our documents it's the 13th, before the holidays.
Yes, that would be great.
Does that
'cause-
make sense?
Yeah, it would be, right. And that way people will have time to review them and be ready for January 10th.
Okay.
All right, with that, I'll take a motion to continue Wilkie Way to January 10th.
I move that we continue 23 Wilkie Way to the meeting on January 10th, 2024.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote, Bob.
Aye.
Elise.
Aye.
Karen.
Aye.
Cheryl.
Aye.
And I vote aye. We'll see you back here on January 10th.
Okay, and again, thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. All right.
Bye.
All righty. All right, Paul, moving on to the next one.
Next one, we're now moving on to 414 Fox Hill Road, Christopher LaCroix, map 11M, parcel 5-2, DEP Southeast Region 10-3652. The project is a proposed dock replacement. We will will be continuing this, but we do not have a continuance date from the applicant. I think everyone, I don't need to discuss, everyone's aware of the procedural issues that are involved here
Right.
in terms of what we, right, so just for the general public, we need to continue this, get some comment from the Pleasant Bay Alliance, and then the commission can act. Once they do, then the Chapter 91 folks will do their thing.
Correct. That's my understanding of,
That's not my understanding, so.
okay.
Well, Bill,
Yeah.
I'm sure you would disagree with me, but it is, the 91 folks will not, they may have told you that they're waiting for the local approval, but they're not going to approve anything until they hear from Pleasant Bay. I have confirmed that with them, so it is what it is.
Well,
I don't think the issues are all that major here, but it's just a procedural issue.
I think the.
Can I please?
Well, if I could just respond, I think Paul and I have been talking about the Pleasant Bay Alliance for, 5 or 6 weeks. We still don't have anything from Pleasant Bay Alliance. They have plenty of opportunity to comment during the Chapter 91 aspect of it. And there's, from the property owner's perspective, there's no reason for this board not to make a decision. You wouldn't issue an order of conditions yet because, A, we have to go to zoning, and B, we're still waiting for Ryder Wilcox to request a certificate of compliance for the original order that allowed the house to be built 8 or 9 years ago. So am I supposed to go knocking on Carol Ridley's door to get him to comment? I mean,
We have requested that. We've been informed that the Pleasant Bay Alliance Steering Committee, which has to approve the letter, next meeting is January 9th.
what's the rush?
Okay, well, so I have it scheduled for the 10th, the next day, assuming that
All right,
they're not putting a block.
well, that's fine, because we're going to zoning on January 11th, so.
So everything will happen that week.
All right, so, but we'd like to do a full hearing today and get all comments and hopefully resolve any issues you might have regarding the actual proposal.
All right, we can,
I mean, as far as I know, and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong here, I think the only issue has to do with the float.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean,
The original structure was 200 feet.
right.
What's the length now exactly?
112 feet proposed to the outboard end of the float.
Okay. So whatever was abandoned for more than 5 years, Chapter 91 won't approve. So as it exists now, your license says you have a right to rebuild that and repair it. The float is the issue. That was not part of the original Chapter 91 license and has never been approved by the commission as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know. So that's where we're at.
Right, that's accurate. Of course, it's been in this configuration
Right.
for,
Ever.
well, what's 4 decades, but basically
Right.
4 decades. And so I think that, it's important for the commission to have that in mind. So I think, that's why I think we should go through this as fully as we can, so that on January 10th, we can wrap it up.
Yep. I don't disagree with that. And I see Cole is here. Did you have?
Yeah, Cole's here.
Yep, I see him. Did you have
Handsome
some?
dude, yeah.
Do you want to add anything? If not,
Yeah, yes, please. Yeah, Cole Bateman from Coastal Engineering, project manager, representing LaCroix as the applicant. So procedurally, I have a question here too, because as I understand it, we're seeking the Conservation Commission's approval at the local level to maintain the existing pier in kind. The Chapter 91 issue is a state license requirement, and I'd prefer to consider that as a separate issue from the local Chatham regulations. This pier, as we'll demonstrate with some of these additional materials, meets the Chatham local regulations, and the Pleasant Bay Alliance really weighs in at the state level when we go to request a license amendment. So my suggestion that the Commission considers is perhaps putting a condition that, the pier requires an active Chapter 91 license to implement, because that is the next step in this process. And really, traditionally, the state will not even really look at a project unless it has the local Chatham approval.
right.
So in my mind, the process here is that we get the Commission's approval for the project, and then we go to the state saying it's approved at the local level. We'll go to Pleasant Bay because they're the local jurisdiction for the state DEP Waterways Division, and then we'll present our case there for a license amendment. This project is I can go in to my additional materials here in a second, but as Bill mentioned, and Paul did too, it's before October 4th, 1990, so it's applicable. We can get a license here. Actually, we have a license, and it's in the existing structures were there. The float was there before October 4th, 1990, so they are licensable. It just has to meet the Pleasant Bay regulations, which we presented within our additional material. It does, and those requirements are that the float's oriented in a T configuration, which it does, and the float is less than 300 square feet, and it's 240. So with all that in mind, I'd please like to reconsider that as a requirement to continue this hearing. I think our preference is to, again, get it approved at the Commission's level and then raise the issue whether or not it's permittable at the state DEP when we go to file a license.
Well, the issue, Cole, thank you, Cole. The issue is the float. The rest of it, as we've already indicated several times, local approval first, Chapter 91 second. In this particular case, because of the ACEC was adopted by all the towns, and there's a prohibition against new structures in Crow's Pond and other areas in Pleasant Bay. That's why Pleasant Bay has to weigh in. So it's the float that's the issue. I don't know if the Commission wants to separate out the pier and approve that, or at least give them some guidance on what you're looking for, and then hold off on the float because that's new. Yeah.
Yeah, I would rather not bifurcate this.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, we do take direction and counsel from Pleasant Bay Alliance. It's not just the state they provide that to, it's us as well. So that's what we're waiting on with respect to the float. But leaving that aside, I did have a question about the pier, both the permanent and the seasonal part. I was watching with real interest a couple of pier projects going in up in Orleans, in which they were installing both seasonal, the pilings, out of natural timber, not pressure treated, because of the marine environment and the possibility of leaching. So without having the benefit in front of me of what this material is calling for, have you considered using natural timber for the pilings?
We have addressed that in our additional materials here. Can I please go through that? It's
Sure.
actually the
Yep.
first bullet point within our list. And then I just shared my screen showing our revised materials. I hope you can all see. So I'll zoom in here. The clouded areas are areas that have changed since the last submission. Really, it's calling out certain aspects of the project. We're calling out the length beyond mean high water, the area beyond mean high water, and then we incorrectly stated that the Department of Public Works license was at the local municipality level. That's been corrected on here to say that it's a Massachusetts State Public Works license, which is effectively adopted as the Chapter 91 license. Just a quick overview of the plan revisions, but now I'll go into our responses to these questions from our last hearing. And I'll start off with the materials. So, and again, actually, there was another change. In the last presentation, we proposed a dock that consisted largely of timber, pressure treated, including the decking. In this additional materials submitted, we've gone through each component of the pier and proposed what material we're proposing. So, starting off first, the decking has been changed from a pressure-treated product to a PVC vinyl product. And that's really important with all the mention of chemicals within the resource areas, because where the leaching occurs is from rainwater falling on horizontal surfaces and then dripping into the resource areas. So by changing from a pressure-treated decking material to a PVC, which does not leach, it's effectively made it so that this structure will not leach into the resource areas. There are some other components that we are maintaining as pressure treated because of durability concerns and material availability, and I'll go into those now and the reason why we're speccing them, as well as some documentation from building codes and the Division of Marine Fisheries, which essentially recommends the use in certain locations. So starting off piles, I'll start off at the piles. So the seasonal piles, we're proposing those as a pressure treated component.
No, we didn't get any of this.
You didn't get any of this?
No, I'm sorry. No, the people who have hard copies do. Those of us who rely on digital copies do not.
Oh, would you like me to bring up the table then, or would you prefer to look at the plan? How about that?
Can
Any
you
better?
enlarge that
Yeah, can
table
you
so I can read?
zoom in
Because
further?
ours says, yeah, it still says pressure-treated lumber, and you just said you're using
Decking
vinyl.
is vinyl.
So that's changed even since what we received December 5th. Right? If I understood
No,
what you
this was
just
all-
said.
This was all the same submittal.
Right, but you just said that the decking would be vinyl and not pressure-treated, and that table you just showed says pressure.
No,
Oh,
decking
okay.
vinyl. Decking
Says
vinyl.
PVC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was thinking the whole, okay.
No, it's okay. Yeah, so decking's PVC. Same with the handrails.
Yep.
Piles, pressure treated, seasonal, both seasonal and permanent. The pile caps are pressure treated, and then the stringers and the handrail posts. There are a hierarchy of pressure treatments that we're proposing. All these are referenced to the American Wood Protection Association, but then we also referred to the Division of Marine Fisheries letter, which has been included in the submittal, as well as our reference standard for work within the resource area. Crow's Pond is a tidally fluctuating environment, well flushed. By removing the horizontal components, largely removing the horizontal components, we believe that now we meet durability requirements of common building codes, as well as meeting the recommendations from DMF. And I do agree that within the Pleasant Bay regulations, that they recommend you look at the non-leaching materials, but that's really specified when you're in areas of salt marsh. This pier is not going through a salt marsh. So I do believe that though those are recommendations, we have met the requirements of Pleasant Bay Alliance, building code considerations, as well as the state Division of Marine Fisheries with this proposed table. So it'll be a long-lasting pier. No need to disturb the resource areas for replacement, because we're speccing a compatible material that is available as well. A lot of consultants may propose materials that are non-leaching, like a natural material within shapes that are not available, and that comes into issue when evaluating change orders in the field or administrative approvals in the field. So we're confident with our design that it's both constructible and meets the regulations. I prefer to follow through with the rest of the comments if possible before coming back to this, but I'd certainly entertain some questions there. I'm going to just go back to the overview plan. The next comment was to provide a float specification. So we're proposing just solid foam-filled polyethylene containers, pretty common float. So I think the concern was that there's no open voids or loose components. So I think we've met that goal. The next was from the Chatham Department of Natural Resources, and a lot of this we've already talked about, but just reiterating some of the licensing components of the project. So as previously mentioned, this dock has been pre-existing well before the October 4th, 1990 date, which is really when the end of the amnesty period ended. We, in fact, have an aerial photo of the dock with the float going back to 1978. So we're confident that this orientation has been kept for a while now, and through some administrative work would be licensable because, again, we've reviewed the Pleasant Bay Resource Management Alliance's guidelines, and for floats within Pleasant Bay, they recommend that they're oriented in a T configuration and under 300 square feet. Both are met with the existing dock. So when we go to Chapter 91, we'll show that we do meet the requirements within their dock guidelines, and we're confident that we'd get a license amendment. I think it's already been stated that this would be eligible for a license amendment rather than a new license. A new license would make this project ineligible because no new licenses are allowed within this area of Pleasant Bay. But again, we're working off an existing license and looking for a license amendment to include the float and the gangway. Next set of comments for the Division of Marine Fisheries. The first one was to install float stops. We've adopted that recommendation. We were very close to meeting the 2.5-foot clearance, but just to ensure that it is met, we're proposing float stops on the float. Barge restrictions should be 2 hours before and after high tide and prevent grounding within shellfish areas. We'll certainly make the contractor know of these during construction. Refueling should be off-site, or containment measures should be provided that will be attended to. So that was it for our list of comments. Unless Bill has anything else, I would certainly entertain some questions, please.
Any comments?
I think he did a fabulous job.
Okay. It was thorough. Yeah, it would have been better if some of us had been able to see this ahead of time, but that is our problem, not your problem. But we'll have time. Do you want to talk about what we? Should I? Yeah. Time.
But Bob, we're not taking down any trees.
No, I know that, but you're doing something else that really gets me. And that's, you're using plastic through-flow decking, right?
Yes.
Yes, and I'm.
No.
You may have missed.
Not plastic, just PVC decking. I don't think it's through flow. But we do have the deck board spacing. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead. No, go ahead and give us all the info on the nature of the decking.
No, so through flow, for those who know what that product is, it's a PVC product, but it has a certain amount of light penetration. And it's a product that, it's a little expensive, and it's not most architecturally pleasing for a lot of, I don't think it's any, Orleans has a different set of regulations, and they would not approve a product like that. So what we're proposing is a PVC product, just really natural decking, solid decking with the Pleasant Bay recommended gap between the deck boards. So there's clarification there. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's very helpful. So actually, you rejected through-flow brand decking. And so are you talking about the type of decking you might use on a deck, plastic board decking?
That's correct.
Okay, interesting.
Different.
Different. It's still plastic, right? And if you probably are unaware of my crusade against plastic decking on docks and piers, because eventually they become, no matter what the vendor claims, eventually they begin to degrade, and that means that plastic degrades into the wetlands. I'm opposed to that material being used for that purpose, just so you know. But this is a little different spin on it. It's really, but essentially it's the same issue. Do you happen to be aware of any sort of regulatory guidance on that material being used in this way?
The normal decking, the AZEC, or a product like AZEC decking.
Right, like this, like what's on my deck, AZEC, yes.
Yeah, it's a pretty common product. I would say, almost half the piers that we design spec a product like that. I mean, as long as we follow the deck board spacing between the gaps and follow a common joist layout, it's a constructible product. One of the things that's also important for this design that I haven't mentioned is just because of the seasonal nature, we want to use a product that's rather light. And I think for the weight comparison between this and like a natural a decking, a 2x6 decking, it'll be lighter, so the panels will be more easily removable. Oh, and that's another good point. This is really, it is a seasonal pier for the most part, so it's only going to be here past a certain point over the resource area a portion of the year.
And you're choosing this material over wood for what reasons?
I think there's two reasons. One's maybe not the most in favor of the commission's regulations, is probably just looks. And the other is really going back to that initial point. Leaching of chemicals is mostly done through the horizontal surfaces of the decking. The rainwater hitting it becomes saturated with the chemicals and then falling within the resource areas. So by implementing a plastic PVC product, we've mitigated that.
Well, I guess that's your belief that you are mitigating it. I may disagree with you on that. It's just a different type of toxic material winding up in the wetlands, but 51, 50 the other. Okay. That's all I have for now.
Okay. Elise?
I guess I'll keep beating the horse. One thing I love is that this has been in existence since 1932. I don't have a problem with the existence of the pier, but I think that the materials could be much more forward-thinking when you think about the environment. I think plastic is proving to do to the earth what it does in our, pardon the word, I can't think of the other one, dumps. When it gets into the ground, it never goes away. So if consideration could be made to use more natural, or not more natural, but natural materials, notwithstanding the weight of the natural materials, I think we'd be happier.
Well, it's not just the weight of the material, it's the lifespan of the material. And so it requires more upkeep because it has a much shorter life. So,
Well, it's like shingles on the houses out here. When you put the real ones on, you have to replace them more frequently.
I know, but you're not walking on your shingles.
No, I understand that.
And so as the wood deteriorates, it actually becomes, I don't know, we've all had children, they got splinters, right? I mean, so that's a concern in addition to the weight. So, I mean, I appreciate the concern. And I promise we'll never take these to the dump.
No, but they're going to go into the earth. That's okay.
No,
Right,
but
we can't, there's too much of this being put in around the world, so we're not going to win the argument. It just feels like in an area like this where it's so exposed,
Right.
it just,
Since this first came up about a year or so ago, when we started looking at vinyl through-flow decking, we have not been able to find, maybe Cole, you can find, any kind of studies that look at long-term longevity of those kinds of polyvinyl products exposed to UVA and exposed to a marine environment, and whether it begins to shed microplastics, which is really what the concern gets down to.
That's
Because
the hot word. Yeah,
it's
it's the
right, because whether you're
microplastics. And
talking about leaching of toxic chemicals or shedding of microplastics, either way, the convenience, our personal convenience, is only received at the cost of the environmental protection. So,
I certainly understand that. And, you know, one of the projects we did it on Nantucket, we actually had to provide a substantial amount of background information on that exact issue. And what we found was that microplastics within the ocean is really caused by less dense plastics, like a plastic water bottle that breaks
Consumer
down,
goods.
as opposed to consumer goods.
yeah,
as
they're
opposed
consumer
to,
goods. Right, we
yeah.
found a lot of that in our search, but we never were able to find anything that looked at polyvinyl products as they are in construction use, and whether that poses any risk or not.
What I'm happy to do is have a conversation with the LaCroix family to discuss the possibility. But the problem is, if it's a natural wood exposed to salt water and sunlight, I mean, it's going to have a very short life. And so the tendency is, oh, let's paint it. So then you
No,
put,
that's probably not the right.
well, no, I understand it, but I'm
Everything-
just trying to say. so-
There are consequences to everything, aren't there? Yeah.
I think we should really stress the weight concern here, though, because this is a seasonal pier in nature, and products like Ipe decking, I don't know if everybody knows, but Ipe is actually heavier than water. It sinks, so the density is it's probably almost double, I think, than PVC decking. So in order for this pier to be seasonal in nature, we do have to consider that as a design criteria, especially with the amount, limited equipment to prevent bottoming out on any area. So I mean, there's a lot of obvious design criteria that goes into this project, going from the concerns about using pressure treated materials. I mean, even the natural decking, one could argue, it's coming from the rainforest, and perhaps now there's proof that it's a little bit more sustainable. But it's still a fact. We're shipping it on barges,
Right.
halfway across the world just to put it in Chatham to.
Yep, no free lunch, is there? No, there's
So-
not.
Just quickly to note, there's actually another material that's technically you could consider that doesn't have any of these issues. Aluminum decking.
Oral?
Aluminum decking, or hovercrafts, but aluminum decking specifically.
Again, I'm happy to discuss it with the LaCroix family and Cole. And we're also going to discuss it with Beacon Marine, because they're the company that's going to be
Okay,
putting it in and out. So,
okay.
and what I'll do is, we'll submit something in writing, deliver hard copies here as soon as we can, so that it won't be something new on January 10th.
Okay, let's continue this conversation then. We'll all keep looking and seeing if we can find something that fits your client's needs and does not pose an unreasonable risk to the environment. There's nothing perfect. All right.
All right, great.
All right, thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much, Cole,
much.
for all that. And by the time we meet, those of us who are digital will have delved into all those materials and we'll have a better understanding of them. So, but thank you for going through them so now we know it's there. And with that, I'll take a motion to continue this to January 10th.
I move that we continue 414 Fox Hill Road to the meeting on January 10th, 2024.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. See you back here January 10th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Paul, moving on.
Moving on. Next on the agenda is 104 Aunt Nabby's Lane, Deborah and Ed Schwabel, map 10B, parcel 23-3, DEP SE number 10-36. I don't have the rest of it. Replace existing retaining wall with a stone retaining wall. That's the project.
Hi, good afternoon. Stephanie Sequin with Ryder and Wilcox, representing Deb and Ed Schwabe. They're the owners of the property at 104 Aunt Nabby's Lane. It is a developed residential site overlooking Oyster Pond River. There are several buildings on the property. The main house and deck are located essentially at the top of the coastal bank. I think the deck is about 2 feet back from the top of the bank. Further inland, there is a separate cottage and a detached garage. Back in April of this year, you issued a negative determination of applicability, which allowed for the construction of a second story on the main house, along with a few other installation of a gas service and a replacement of the deck. That project is underway. What's being proposed now, there's a timber retaining wall that's located to the west of the main house, and it's in poor condition. The timbers have rotted. They're unstable, and the homeowners were informed by their insurance agent that the retaining wall was a hazard and needed to be replaced. So that's what we're proposing here. Rather than replace it with timber, which will eventually have to be replaced again at some point, they would like to use stone instead of the timber, but putting the stone in the same location and matching the same elevations that the timber wall currently has. So I've included some construction notes on the plan and the construction protocol in the narrative. The access for the construction will be from the existing driveway across the open yard and over to the west side of the building. A small excavator will be used to remove the timbers, excavate down to be able to set the stones in place. The timbers will either be deposited into a dumpster that's placed in the driveway or put directly into trucks to be removed from the site. The excavator will then transport the stones from where they will be stockpiled outside of the buffer zone and transported and put into place next to the building. When the wall is completed, the disturbed areas, which is the existing Cape Cod lawn next to the building, and on the upper side of the wall is just basically covered with invasive ivy. Those disturbed areas will be loamed and seeded with a native grass mix. So I think that's all I have to say, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Who would like to start off with any questions for Stephanie? Okay, Karen, go for it.
All right, Stephanie, the wall, when I was out there, I didn't go all the way to the deck, but it's pretty much non-existent. I'm a little confused about the insurance requiring that this be replaced and what the size of the wall will be, since most of it is missing from what I saw. I had trouble finding a wall for a lot of it.
As you get, and I'm looking at photographs, adjacent to the deck, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 timbers high. So it is as you go seaward, the height of the wall does get taller. Out at the beginning of the house, yeah, it's only 1 or 2 timbers high.
So insurance is requiring that this whole wall be replaced, or insurance has a concern about a portion of the wall?
I don't know the details of that. I know Deb Schwabe, I think, is on attending remotely. I don't know if she has any more information on that.
Is she there? I don't know. And then if it's 4 timbers high toward the deck and 1 timber high or 2 going back, I'd love to know what this wall is going to look like.
It's just gonna, Kenny McIntyre is the contractor doing the site work. And he's just gonna use, like boulders, ranging anywhere from, use smaller ones at the beginning where the wall is lower and then using the bigger ones as he gets, next to the deck. But basically just matching the grade, existing grade at the bottom of the wall and at the top of the wall. So it'll be transitioning and just be a stone retaining wall.
Okay.
So what will the range be on that elevation, on that height?
Let's see, we've got an elevation of about, I would say, 2 to 2.5 feet at the seaward side, and then tapering down to probably 18 inches on the landward end.
Okay. Okay,
I don't have anything else.
okay. Cheryl? No? Over here? Nope, nope. Okay, that was simple and that was fast, which is what we need today. So we will continue this for an order of conditions. I hate to say it.
So this will be January 10th?
Yeah, okay, yep. We're just going to have a rerun on January 10th. Yeah, maybe we just can play the tape and we'll all be, all right, yes. We'll continue it for an order of conditions on January the 10th.
Okay. I move that we continue 104 Aunt Nabby's Lane to the meeting on January 10th, 2024 for an order of conditions.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote, Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
I say aye. We'll see you back here with an order on January 10th. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Paul, getting there. Next one.
Getting there, getting there. Next on the agenda is 127 Christopher Harding Lane, Rolf Nixon, map 12D, parcel 3-L6, DEP SE number 10- don't have a complete number, redevelopment of the site. I just want to inform the commission, I did meet a gentleman at the counter about an hour before the hearing who brought a letter in opposition in and some photographs. I told him he could show up at the meeting, and the commission, at the commission's discretion, they could accept that information late.
Yep.
Okay?
Abutters,
All right.
we give a break to, and just remind me that
Yeah.
I'll read that letter into the record
Okay.
after the presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Bill Riley on behalf of Rolf Nixon and his wife Sherry, who would like to take a older home and turn it into a beautiful new home. It's in a very sensitive site, as you know. I'm sure you've all been down there. So as a result of that, we've had Thad do a plan for us, and Teresa and her team have put together a plant mitigation, plant management scheme, which I think you'll find very satisfactory. So Thad?
Good afternoon. For the record, Thad Eldridge, East Southeast. And Chrome is what's new. So I'm going to start off with this map just to help show some of the constraints that we have on the site. Obviously out here, we're right on the oyster pond. There's a floodplain that covers most of the property. And we're right in here. We have wetlands that come in. There's a bit of wetland here wrapping right around. There's a wetland there that's all salt marsh. The good news is the NHESP layers, the priority habitat, is out into the water. That's likely the winter flounder. And then we have soil difficulties where There are a lot of clays that are in this area. So this is a recent photograph of the surrounding area, and I mean, we can certainly point out we have a salt marsh that runs almost continuously along Oyster Pond. There's the wetland that cuts into the abutter's property, which there's a buffer from. There's the wetland that cuts into the subject property. The abutting property with an aquaculture operation that's operating out on the other side of the island. And in all honesty, this is the most vegetated property in the area. So we've given you 5 sheets of a plan. We have 2 zoning board of appeals applications, and we've split into the 2. Starting out at the water, we again have land under the ocean, salt marsh, leading up to the mean high water line. There's a bordering vegetated wetland that's located in the middle of the property. Floodplains that go through the building. Those intercept slopes, making them coastal banks, which are in black, leaving a small bit of buildable upland area in order to complete the development. Now, there is part of the property that's outside the 100-foot zone. It's the beginning of the driveway. We've noted that there are 3 properties, including this one, that drain runoff into the subject wetland, and a good portion of Christopher Harding Lane. Christopher Harding was never fully constructed. There's no cul-de-sac located at the end. And the loop drive that exists there is what pretty much everybody uses for the turnaround when they get here. That's been used with permission in the past. The subject property can still gain access with or without that. So the first proposal is taking down the building right down to the foundation. The structural analysis has come back that the foundation is adequate for the proposed structure. An addition would be placed on the north end of that, and then the building would be reconstructed, meeting all the FEMA requirements. Currently, there's living space on that lower level, and that is could be an unsafe situation for somebody to go to sleep and wake up in water. With this, and Teresa can certainly get into this more, there is a large patio that exists out there that's proposed to be removed as part of the mitigation. The second proposal is for a proposed detached garage on the property. This would be located within the 0 to 50, not in the coastal bank, but it would have a driveway that leads to it. That garage has been designed to be above the base flood elevation. Adjacent to it are a generator and a pump chamber, as they will be tying into the sewer. There is an old leaching field here that has been considered for roof runoff, being directed into that. With the clays that are out here, it'd be a heck of an excavation in order to get down to sand to make a reasonable stormwater. When we started this project, we were immediately identifying an idea to put in a bioretention swale that was located in here. A considerable amount of runoff does come from the road and from the neighboring properties, and that would help treat it. The building department or the building commissioner informed us that that's not allowed under our bylaw. Several projects have been done in the past. Under the zoning bylaw, we're allowed to put in sewage, allowed to put in a septic system, water, gas, every other utility except for stormwater. And the original bylaw was intended for the real wetlands. And then later, when it was changed to include floodplain, it was an unintended consequence not to include stormwater, and now we have no way to treat it. I can point out a dozen projects around town that were done within the floodplain that have had great benefit. Unfortunately, technically those were prohibited. So we were looking at stormwater right from the onset, but our hands are tied. Overall, we're looking at a reduction in coverage in the entire site, even with the addition, even with the garage. And we have I can hand it over to Teresa to,
Before you do that,
oh, please.
I think we have a couple of questions about the plan. First of all, it's a little unusual, to say the least, to be presented with alternative plans. We can't write an order of conditions that approve both. That's two different kinds of plans. So we would ask, I mean, why are there two different plans, one with and one without a garage?
Those are for zoning purposes.
Right,
We have to make a separate application for the variance for the garage.
right.
So Thad said he was doing these plans, and I said, okay, Thad, whatever you say. So,
As everyone says that.
You wouldn't be writing an order of conditions until after the zoning hearing anyhow. And if he secures the variance for the garage, then we would move forward with a larger plan.
Okay, so for today, because we are somewhat pressed, I'm gonna advise us to leave the garage aside for the moment.
sure.
Focus on the other elements, let you go see what zoning says, and if they actually approve it, then we will take that back up again and look at the garage. But I'd
Yeah,
like to
that'd-
focus
Yeah,
on
that'd be
some
great.
other elements. So you said that the foundation and the ground floor will meet FEMA requirements. Is there proposing to put in flood vents or
Yes.
so?
Flood vents, and
Flood
then
vents.
everything inside will be taken out, and it will just be storage for things that can get wet.
Non-toxic, non-danger, anything that would
And no
cause
family
it.
photos.
Okay.
Well, I've got there's a picture I want to put down there.
Another issue is, so you touch on it tangentially when you talk about the stormwater. You could ameliorate a lot of those stormwater problems by switching that asphalt driveway to something more permeable. Now, you said that they wanted to repave in new asphalt due to the slope. For the life of me, as I walked up and down that driveway, I could not discern a slope. It was, I mean, there's 1 foot of variation from top to bottom, but it's not much of a slope.
We also have the concern that this is the turnaround that's used. We will be going to the planning board next week. We can certainly bring that up, and if we can reduce this down to a more pervious driveway, then great. If the abutter provides a license, we could work on that side as well.
So why do you need that access across the abutting property?
It's just always been there.
Well,
That's the turnaround that everybody's used. You get a FedEx truck that goes down here, they're gonna turn around at the end.
well, they don't come down to the part where people park, the parking area, and then back up and go back up the way they came? There's a pretty large, yeah, right down there,
It's a nice parking.
area.
If I were in a large truck, I wouldn't drive in there. I'd drive here, run the package in and run out.
I don't know if you've driven down there.
Yes. I
When you
drove
get down there, it's pretty tight, at least I thought so.
Well, the whole road is tight.
Yeah.
I mean, not just right there. I mean, the
Right.
whole road is pretty much a one-car road.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So
don't
I don't
go
want
like
to
Just throw
drive
out
down
there
it
that-
with
that
a
It
truck.
seems like there's an awful lot of impermeable asphalt in this area that's just going to contribute to the stormwater problems that you're grappling with.
Well, I
But
guess,
remember, underneath the ground, we have clay.
I was gonna say,
Oh, there's
a lot
that
of
too,
leaching.
yes.
yes, I guess the question is,
How far down is, I mean, you can get the benefit of the percolation, at least down as far as wherever the clay exists. Anyway, that's just, seemed like a lot of asphalt.
Well, you also have the wetland that's sitting right there. Isn't that taking a lot of the drainage? I know when I went down there, there was 6 or 8 inches of water sitting in that green, light green area. I would think a lot of that water is going into the wetland that's right below it. And if that's not
I'm
paved,
sorry, where was this
it's that much
sitting?
quicker. In the, if you look at the picture here in that green teardrop, right there.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
right there. It was
Standing
a
water.
beautiful little pool there.
Yep.
Wading pool for children.
Big rain.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we had a lot.
And that dries out
Sure, sure.
eventually, but it's not.
But if it's not paved,
like
I think
sand.
it's that much quicker that it's gonna drain into that beautiful wetland that even has cattails in it, which is so unusual.
I think if they pave it, it'd be an impediment to keep the water from going over the pavement. It would more likely stay in the teardrop, but
Do you want to say, yeah, comment?
Just a question, since we're talking about the non-planting part of it, the reduction in coverage is due to the removal of the wet-laid patio,
Yes.
and that is the only reason?
I'm looking up the numbers right now. I mean, we have,
I'm so used
We
to
have net
Thad
change.
having the numbers right on the, you know, I'm surprised he had to look them up.
we have a 400 square foot reduction of structures within the resource area, 1,000 square foot reduction of hardscape, that's your patio, a 970 increase in structures in the 0 to 50, 120 square foot increase of hardscape, bringing it to a minus 350.
Okay, could you sort of point out those different pieces, because I'm not able to really follow it. I got the patio part.
Sure, the patio comes out. We have some changes in here with the ramp and the end of the driveway. And that gets reduced. We're also reducing out the stone that exists with the U's going around it, and the section here is also reduced.
All right, and the patio is being replaced with lawn.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this picture in here, you can see the stone that exists through. So we have a stone surface through here that's being removed.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, any other questions for Thad before we hear from Teresa? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design. I don't normally do this, but I am going to walk you through the land management plan, and I think an important part of this is how we're using vegetation to address some of the stormwater issues that the commission was concerned about. So the goal of the overall land management plan is to enhance the quality and function of the BVW, coastal bank, and salt marsh. And this will happen through the removal of approximately 10,928 square feet of invasive species and restoration of native plant species throughout that area. So we believe the project will result in improved outcomes, further enhancing the ecological function of the site by namely slowing stormwater runoff, encouraging it to recharge on-site by reducing amounts of impervious surface, namely the patio on the property, and restoring diverse native vegetative layers, including ground cover shrub and overstory canopy layers, as well as improving wildlife habitat value by removing invasive species and restoring high habitat value species. We've noted in our existing conditions on page 3 that Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program does not identify any critical natural landscape or rare species on this site. However, we do recognize that there are values off-site within Oyster Pond, including critical natural landscape, core habitat, priority habitat for rare species. There are multiple wetland types identified in this area, including shrub, swamp, salt marsh, tidal flat, and of course, Oyster Pond is important for oyster farming, important to aquaculture, economically and environmentally. So our goal is to support the ecological processes that naturally occur within this watershed by incorporating and supporting native vegetation that will supply increased resiliency and adaptability to the ecoregion, and especially amid the challenges of climate change. We have identified a number of invasive species on the site. Those include Norway maple, Asiatic bittersweet, burning bush, border privet, English ivy, vine and shrub honeysuckle, multiflora rose, and porcelain berry. But in addition to those invasive plant species, we have a number of important native plant species, including black cherry, eastern red cedar, red maple, gray willow, oak, bayberry, winterberry holly, groundsel bush, cattails, and arrowwood viburnum found throughout the wetland resource area and in the upland or adjacent upland resource areas. The wet-laid impervious flagstone patio comprises 858 square feet right at the edge of the salt marsh. That patio currently inhibits the absorption of water from rainfall and flooding events, causes water to run off into the adjacent salt marsh and pond, adds sedimentation and pollutants to the resource areas that could otherwise be absorbed and filtered by native vegetation. We've included a number of photographs on page 4 of the existing conditions of the site. And then on page 5, we get into our details about our goals and outcomes. So the first outcome for the proposed project is to improve stormwater absorption recharge to groundwater on and off site. We're proposing to remove the invasive Norway maple trees that are shading and allelopathic, do not allow other vegetation to grow around them, and replace with native red maple trees that are found in wetlands and absorb large amounts of water and runoff from flood events. We are proposing to restore vertical layers of vegetation, including the overstory canopy, a shrub layer, and ground cover layer. And by removing that impervious flagstone patio, replacing it with native shrubs, which we are increasing the buffer to the salt marsh, and replacing some of that area with a small microclover fescue lawn will increase permeability, reduce runoff from the site and into the adjacent salt marsh and pond. And of course, the second important outcome is to improve wildlife habitat and function within the buffer zone and resource area. We believe the project will result in an overall improvement to the ecological function of the resource area in the buffer zone. Restoring naturalized native vegetation will increase biodiversity, improve soil protection and stability, improve stormwater infiltration, and structural and species plant diversity for better wildlife habitat. Stormwater runoff will be slowed down by the interception of multiple vegetation layers, including ground cover, mid-canopy, and overstory. As rainwater reaches the ground, its velocity is reduced, preventing soil erosion, allowing for swift absorption and filtration by the deeper, complex network of native root systems. We know that native plant communities have co-evolved to sustain higher levels of species diversity per square foot, which allows plants to grow more densely and creates an extensive root system that filters water and stabilizes soil. High species diversity increases ecological resiliency, offers increased opportunities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. We know that the presence of invasive species leads to the loss of native habitat and biodiversity through intense competition by reducing the native vegetation that's located in the area. So, and we also get into further detail about the performance standards, both the State Wetlands Protection Act performance standards and local Chatham Wetlands Regulations performance standards. Those are located on pages 12 through 15, I believe. I won't go into those in detail, but they're all bullet pointed and outlined. I do want to state that the area for proposed invasive species removal will be planted with 5 red maples, 303 native shrubs, including additional groundsel bush, sweet fern, inkberry holly, winterberry holly, bayberry, fragrant sumac, Virginia rose, arrowwood viburnum, as well as an additional 42 native perennials, including butterfly, milkweed, and prairie dropseed, that will soften that edge of that fescue microclover lawn. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed mitigation. We feel it's robust. I think that it will make a significant improvement to the stormwater issues that the commission is concerned about, as well as the overall habitat value of the site. Thanks.
Thank you, Teresa. It's nice once in a while to be walked through the land management plan. Don't walk away. So there are 6 trees indicated for removal. Can you help us understand which one of those are Norway maples and what are the other reasons?
So all of the trees that are proposed for removal are Norway maples, with the exception of one cedar tree that is located in the proposed garage location. But since we're not considering the proposed garage location today, that eastern red cedar would remain. But the only trees proposed for removal are the Norway maples.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the 5 red cedars are indicated by the
5 red
larger-
maples are in that
Red
area. So
maples, I
one
mean.
of the things
Yep.
I wanted to point out is in the area that somebody noted the puddling, we're proposing specifically to plant a red maple directly in that area to help with some of that water intake, so that it doesn't run off into the wetland.
Good idea.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
Can you explain to me, you said something about the Norway maples don't allow other plants to grow near them? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so
for my
so
information.
not only do they provide dense shading and their root systems tend to be a little bit more shallow rooted, their root systems also put out a chemical into the soil that prevents other plants from growing around them. Some of our native species do that as well, including goldenrods, which is why they're a very robust early successional species. But in the case of Norway maples, it's virtually impossible to get any kind of a ground cover or shrub layer to grow underneath those. So that's the goal of removing the Norway maples and replanting with red maples, where we can get a ground cover layer, a healthy ground cover layer reestablished. I should also point out that the lawn, all of the lawn, with the exception of the small area of microclover fescue that's being proposed where the patio is being removed, is going to be restored with warm and cool season native grasses, so that the only lawn area will be that small area just to the east of the house and in the area where the existing slate patio is located.
No, that's all the room you've got, really, isn't it?
It is, except for the slope behind the garage, that will all be native grasses, so no regular, with the exception of a small mow area where the generator is proposed.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you very much. I was just curious. It's interesting.
Okay. Karen?
So Teresa, you have 5 trees coming out, and aren't they in the NDZ?
I believe they are in
The NDZ is not really indicated.
Yeah, well, I see the 50 from Coastal Bank, and I just want to make sure, because otherwise you're not replacing with enough trees.
We can certainly add more red
Yeah.
maples. Red maple would be the tree that I think will do the best in here.
It's just, if they are in
Yeah.
the 0 to 50, it's a 2 to 1.
It's interesting because this site is
It's hard
within
to
the
tell.
resource area, exactly, but yes, we
They all
can,
overlap so much.
yep, we can certainly do that.
There's lots of Coastal Bank.
Extends to basically where the driveway,
Well,
Right, that's the
Cuts out.
NDZ to the bank, right? To
Yes.
that-
I figured if the garage was in the NDZ, that probably a bunch of these trees were too.
Everything's
It was
in the
my
Everything,
logic.
everything is. And there's no NDZ marked to the BVW because,
there would be too many lines
That's
if we
what I
put
thought.
everyone on.
and final question, I thought about this. The floodplain contour runs right through the house?
It
Yeah.
does.
Okay, I just want to make sure I saw that right. Teresa, is there a plan for what to do with the wood?
For the Norway maples?
Yep.
There is not, but it could certainly be used as firewood or used in another application.
Or carve, we can give it to the newcomers carving group and
Oh,
have them
they-
make benches out of it.
Absolutely.
No?
Yes.
No way? I don't know.
cool.
I mean,
Yes.
just not to see it be carted away.
Yep.
Go ahead, anything else?
If I may,
No,
we
my
did have
concern was the trees.
discussions before the meeting that potentially more red cedars would be added.
We did, yes. We did have some discussion yesterday, actually, where we discussed adding more eastern red cedars just to the north of the garage.
If you can find space, and I see it up there.
Yep,
That
we
would
will.
be, because Karen's right, the ratios aren't being met.
Yes, absolutely, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, Bob?
I don't think I do at the moment.
Okay. Elise? One moment, please. I'm going to come to the audience in just a minute, as soon as we finish our questions up here, and then I will recognize you.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Sir, now you may go up there and please identify yourself for the record, and then you may speak your piece.
He's
briefly.
the applicant.
Oh, you're the applicant. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were.
I just want to add one thing, and that is that we are replacing the existing septic and fortunately hooking up to a sewer system that I believe has been in place now for 18 months. So that will also be part of mitigation of the lot as well,
Yep.
even though it could happen in 2.5 years as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Duly noted that it's going into the sewer system, which is good. It's a shame about the elevation of the house requiring a grinder pump, but that's the way that is. All right, we are through with our questions. Are there, yes, sir, would you please?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Farber, and I represent 4 abutters to the property. And I hope I'm not too late. Do you require things to be filed prior to the meeting?
We normally do, but we give abutters a bit of a break because they get later notice than the applicants or
All right.
professionals who are
And
involved.
then the next question would be, do you require things to be filed digitally?
That
to-
certainly helps because.
Okay, I will work that out with the
Talk with-
staff.
Yeah.
So I do have a handout, and
Thank you.
I have some extras. Should I leave some for the members that aren't here? Or just,
Yeah, we'll take them upstairs to the office and they can make them available. This is all zoning stuff.
all right, so I'm not sure I've appeared before the commission, certainly not in a couple of years, but I'm an attorney in North Chatham, and I represent the four abutters, and I'll name, they're in the submission, but it's John R. Richards, William and Donna Jordan, James and Joanne Doggart, and John and Bonnie Roussel. So this property is in some ways unique, in some ways not unique at all. As was represented in the presentation, there are multiple resource areas on this property, and if one were to go up and down the shore of Oyster Pond River, you would find the same resource areas in practically every property. But here they're sort of in spades. The property is very much covered with resource areas. As the last page of the handout, I show the 1963 subdivision, which created this subject property, Lot 6. As you can see, it's at the end of the road, and approximately half the lot is wetland. All of the lots in this subdivision are quite narrow. Lot 6 actually is the widest lot. It's about 150 feet wide. But as I mentioned, a half of that is wetland. The house was most likely built in 1968, and I base that on the Chatham Assessor's records. At that time, the property was actually under a restriction, a deed restriction, that required the house on Lot 6 to be limited to 1 story. I don't know if you would characterize the present house as 1 story. It's certainly 2 stories on one side. And so, but for whatever reason, no one objected when it was built. In 1984, the lot was conveyed to Thomas and Barbara Jones, and they held title for many years, and actually up until August of this year. At that time, it was sold to the gentleman who appeared just before me, Ralph Nixon, and he took title in the name of Prestige Home Building of Chatham, LLC. He paid a good sum of money, over $1.75 million, and the same day he obtained a mortgage for $1 million over that. So it's clear what is being proposed here, and that is that the property is to be, well, it's proposed to be demolished, the house, and a much larger house built in its place. The notice of intent was prepared very shortly after Mr. Nixon purchased the property. He has applied for a variance and a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals, and that application is before the ZBA on December 21st. I have no doubt that the reason the property or the notice of intent is before you today, and that is that the applicant is seeking some sort of a favorable ruling that the work that's being proposed can be conditioned to satisfy the requirements of Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Chatham Wetlands Bylaw. And of course, I'm appearing today on behalf of the neighbors, and for the reasons I'm going to get to, we're asking you to not issue such a favorable decision. And the reasons that I'm going to address are very simple and straightforward. I'm not going to get into what the blue flax design is. I'm going to concentrate on just a couple of issues. Now, I've included the house plans that have been filed with the Board of Appeals, and because I didn't find them in the note attached to any of the papers in the notice of intent. But I think they're important for the commission to see what's being proposed, and it will make some of my statements that much more understandable.
Mr. Farber, let me
Yes.
just interrupt you very briefly to say, we never we don't see these. We only see the footprints, and there are some reasons for that. Design elements and mass and size of the structure, aside from the footprint, are not within our purview.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's
Yes.
just wanted to, all we ever see is that, and that's what I would ask you to limit your remarks to, as to how the resource areas are impacted, and not what the structure is or what the intent of the applicant is.
Right. And fair enough, I understand.
Thank you.
Your
We also-
bailiwick is not with the size of the structure, I
Right.
understand. All right. So we're going to focus on the plans that Thad has submitted. I have taken the existing conditions plan, which I believe is what's before you. If not, it's one of the earlier ones. Now, this is a later plan. But the key element with this property is that not only is it, as was mentioned earlier, the floodplain actually runs through where the house is down here, but along both the easterly border of the property and along the westerly side of the property are coastal banks, and I've indicated in blue on this existing conditions plan the location of the tops of the coastal banks. When you take the 50-foot no disturb zone and measure from those coastal banks, the result is literally there's not a square inch of this property that is not in a no disturb zone. I mean, literally not that much. And the no disturb zones overlap. So literally everything is within a no disturb zone. I've read your regulations, the bylaw, and it's very clear what the significance of a no disturb zone is. The only activity permitted, and I quote, maintenance of an already existing structure, end quote. Everything else requires a conservation variance. So everything that's being proposed on this site requires a conservation variance. Now, I know the commission didn't get into the garage today, so I'll be very, very brief on that, but it's in my statement.
I would ask that you hold on that,
Okay,
because we
fair
may
enough.
not get there.
Okay,
And in the interest of time, because we have
all right.
a lot in front of us still. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm probably preaching to the choir because I would imagine you all know, very familiar with the regulations, how they apply to a no disturb zone. First of all, rare and unusual circumstances are required, maximum feasible compliance, clear and compelling reasons of public safety and welfare before a variance can be granted. The actual project must enhance the environmental values protected by the bylaw, and the applicant must show clearly and convincingly that the proposed work will not adversely affect the environmental values. Here, the applicant is unable to meet any of those requirements. And looking at the house plans, and I understand what's going on here, it's very simple. We see it every day. The applicant has paid a huge amount of money for this property, but also expects to make a lot of money on a resale.
That's a prejudicial statement that we're not
Okay.
going to take into consideration. We don't look beyond what is presented to what somebody's intent is.
All right.
You clearly have an opinion, maybe perfectly valid, but it's not. We will go through an analysis based on the factors that you just read, as well as further factors that are in our regulations that
Yes.
apply to when variances can and cannot be granted. So we will be going through all of that, one by one by one. And rest
Fair enough.
assured, we will do that.
What I'll say is that all of the aspects of this property, the limitations, the locations of the no disturb zone would be apparent to any buyer. There's no surprises here. If the commission were to issue conservation variances for this property, I would suggest that it would simply render that part of the bylaw meaningless, because nothing meets the requirements for a conservation variance. And it would set a horrible precedent in the town. I'm going to focus, as I said, I will leave aside the garage, which of course is wholly within 2 no disturb zones where it's proposed, and I will focus on the house. And one of the proposals that's before you, and I don't have a pointer, but I will show you.
You can't, you're not allowed to walk away from there.
Okay.
Mark will bang on the glass.
All right. So the house, I think, is clearly the existing house.
Yep.
What is maybe not as clear is the box, what I'll call a box.
There's an extension proposed,
At the
yes.
north end of the house.
It's in materials, we
Okay.
saw that. Yep.
Clearly within the no disturb zone.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
New construction.
Yep.
Brand new construction is being proposed, not maintenance of an existing structure. The applicant has proposed no, in my view, no alternatives when there are very feasible alternatives. All right? And the commission has been directed, has directed in its regulations that alternatives be proposed. One of the alternatives that is clearly available to the appellant is not to build the garage, not to build the addition to the house, the 24 by 19-foot addition to the house, and leave the house as it is in its same footprint and make whatever improvements or renovations to that house that the applicant would like to make. A second alternative, equally available to minimize the impact on the resource areas, in addition to eliminating the garage, and would be simply to rebuild the house in its exact same footprint or a smaller footprint. So those are available, and clearly that could improve the value of the property for resale, which, as I mentioned, I believe is the intent or the objective of the applicant. In the notice of intent, there's a reference to the footprint, and it's referred to as a modest footprint. I cannot agree with that statement. Given the nature of this property, which is a good deal of it is actual vegetated wetland, and others is within the coastal banks or certainly within the no disturb zone, there is only approximately 7,200 square feet of buildable upland, as that term is defined in our zoning bylaw. The minimum is 20,000 square feet. So the footprint of this house is actually quite a good percentage of the buildable upland, and is clearly above the 15% maximum allowed under the bylaw. So again, renovation of this house would be a desirable objective and would provide certainly a sufficient structure as a residential structure in Chatham on this lot. I think I will conclude at that point with the statement that when the house was built, there, of course, was no wetlands protection bylaw in Chatham, and there was no zoning regulation that prevented construction of a residence in a floodplain. So that's how the house got there. The question now is through the bylaw and the regulations that the town has enacted, whether the commission has authority to grant conservation variances in a situation like this, when there are feasible alternatives that would adequately address the resource areas and without impacting them further. So with that, I would just say, I would conclude my remarks that the matter is going before the Board of Appeals on the 21st. And based on what I heard today, I don't believe there's going to be any effort on this commission to issue a favorable ruling, and I certainly would encourage the commission not to. I don't know whether it's the usual practice to submit anything at all, but I want to be clear that the applicant not go before the Board of Appeals and say, oh, we got some kind of favorable reception, because I think that is probably why we're here today. So with that, I want to thank you, and especially for the time. Yep. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, and thank you for providing us the materials. We'll take all of this into consideration on advisement, but thank you for your presentation of the abutters. Mr. Riley, do you have a response briefly?
Very briefly.
Okay.
So our alternatives analysis is on page 9. So, and it's unfortunate that Peter doesn't come here more frequently, because then perhaps he would understand that when we offer things like Teresa's plan, there is an environmental benefit that outweighs the very minor changes we're proposing in the structure. So that would be our proposal, if you want to say.
And if I may, there was no floodplain when this house was built. It was 2014 when this house was put into the floodplain.
By the changes, yep. Okay, thank you. I also just need to read into the record a message, an email that we have received from Stephen Wright. It says, please accept this letter into record on the opposition to the proposed changes of the property at 127 Christopher Harding Lane, in particular to the hardscape, hard surface areas of additional structures and implications of increasing the runoff potential and diminishing the natural absorption and distribution of rainwater and associated discharges into the oyster pond. Chatham Shellfish Company operates its oyster farm in direct abutment along the southerly property line of 127 Christopher Harding Lane, and as significant development has occurred around the pond, so have issues regarding water quality standards. The environmental impacts, the proposed changes to the coastal bank and surrounding wetlands and waterway have not fully taken into consideration to the sensitivity of the runoff potential that this project may incur. The myriad of chemicals from fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, from landscaping activities as well as animal feces impact the health of the surrounding environment and the plants and animals populating the waterway. The infrastructure of Christopher Harding Lane is already poorly equipped to handle the rainwater and associated runoff due to the absence of storm drains, and as a result, discharges directly into Oyster Pond with too little or no mitigating effect. Attached images of a recent rain event are provided for context. It is the belief of Chatham Shellfish Company principals that an environmental impact survey be conducted, along with input from Chatham Natural Resources Department, to address these effects on the coastal bank and the abutting waterway, and how, if at all, they may be mitigated prior to the consideration of the proposed activities occurring. Stephen Wright. So that's in the record. Is there anybody else with anything that they wish to speak about to this? All right, so you are... Oh, I didn't get it to this side. Did I get over? Oh, I did, okay. You did.
Now that I've heard everything, I'd be interested in knowing, I guess this is for Thad, if you have it, or if you don't have it at some point, the amount of increase, if any, due to the proposed addition to the structure?
The amount of increased what?
There's an addition being added to the footprint?
Yeah,
How much is that increasing the total coverage of the building?
so it's 25 by 19. Maybe we should,
450, at least state your numbers for me.
Thanks, Elise.
you had it on this.
Goes from 1240 to 1843.
Is that from comport with you?
That sounds right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
That would be the building coverage,
All right.
from 1240 to 1843.
Right, the only reason I'm asking is apropos the comment from the opposition that normally in a resource area like this, we are allowed to and have approved rebuilds within the same footprint.
We're
Trying to
also-
figure out just how much this is or isn't within the same footprint.
Well, you've also
removing-
allowed expansions when there was sufficient mitigation.
Well, not all cases.
I didn't say all cases.
Okay, but
We're also removing a substantial patio that's larger than the addition being proposed.
okay, all right.
And I think,
But
in reality, to the extent that Mr. Farber's concerns and Mr. Wright's concerns deal with stormwater runoff, the proposal that we're making represents a very significant improvement in those issues.
no, I don't disagree with that. I'm just focusing that one point.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so you have zoning coming up on the 21st.
Right.
I have here on my list, and everybody please chime in if I don't have the full list, that you will have a reconsideration and consider reducing the size of the driveway and the material that the driveway is composed of. You'll add some more native trees to compensate for those that are being removed from the NDZ.
Right.
Anything else? Okay. I think that's it for the moment. So I hesitate to say, let me just see one thing quickly. I think we could do this on the 3rd.
I was thinking.
Yeah. Could we schedule this for January the 3rd? We have a bunch of orders of condition that day, but we have now pushed everything
sure.
else to the 10th,
That'd be
and I
great.
just don't want to do a rerun of everything.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. Don't tell anybody we did that.
All right. I move that we continue 127 Christopher Harding Lane to the meeting on January 3rd, 2024.
Gordon, second.
Roll call vote. Bob?
Aye.
Elise?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
And I vote aye. We'll regroup here on the 10th.
Thank you so much.
All right. We're going to take a 5-minute leg stretch. Yeah, you're going to switch the laptops and do all of that. I need to get my materials. Channel 8, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. 1 minute, wait, we're still on. much. I'm 484. All right, we are back. Paul, you ready to call the next and last matter for the day?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is 240 and 438 George Ryder Road and 1652 Main Street. The applicant is the Chatham Municipal Airport, map 9F 240, 10G 438 8E 1652 Main Street, parcel 0-2 240 18K1 438 and 53-27 1652 Main Street. The DEP number is Southeast Region SE10 3658. The proposed project includes vegetation management required to remove obstructions within navigable airspace in compliance with the Federal Aviation Commission regulations. That is the project.
Thank you. Yes,
Great. Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Adrienne Dunk. I'm here from GZA on behalf of the applicant. And because this project is a little bit unique, I am going to take a step back from the filed notice of intent and start with just an overview of vegetation management at airports. So a vegetation management plan, it is a specific thing within the state of Massachusetts. It is safety mandated for managing vegetation at airports, and it is based on the FAA requirement, Part 77, to maintain surfaces in space around airports free of obstructions. So these are called Part 77 surfaces, and they are set by the FAA based on some general criteria, such as the approach type and available instrumentation at the airport. These are not surfaces established by GZA or the airport itself. So the surfaces, the analogy is like a football stadium, with the field being the runway itself and its safety zones. The approach surfaces extend from the end of the end zone, so in line with how the planes take off and land, and those extend out at a slope of 20-1. So they're relatively flat, and that's to allow for safe landing and takeoff. The transitional surfaces are on the sides of the runway, so they kind of parallel the runway, and they are more steep because you're not taking off and landing across those surfaces. So those are at a 7-1 slope. Vegetation management plans, they guide the overall management of vegetation at the airport from now for the life of the airport. So they are a living document. They include a 5-year yearly operational plans, and those plans are updated every 5 years. If conditions change over time, a vegetation management plan can be updated, but typically just those 5-year yearly operational plans are updated. It does disclose all of the planned work for regulatory review, but it only seeks authorization for specific parts of the work, and it is developed to comply with the MEPA Generic Environmental Impact Report. So the VMP is attached to the Notice of Intent. It's a fairly large document in and of itself. It discusses all of the environmental conditions at the airport, and then it establishes short and long-term plans, and like I said, establishes 5 years of operational plans. The short and long-term are kind of relative. The short term includes all of the work necessary to go from today to full compliance with the FAA. That does not mean it's all going to happen immediately. Property rights are needed, easements, as well as funding and implementation. So short just means it's going from today to a compliant situation. And that's what this plan shows. While it's rather complex looking, it has these, the green dashes are the approach surfaces, and the purple outline to the top and the bottom are the transitional surfaces. And then there's a variety of proposed vegetation management that needs to eventually occur. The long-term plan includes the work to keep the airport in compliance with the FAA surfaces. So once the short-term plan's implemented for any given location, it would transition to the long-term plan in that location. So you can have both plans in play at the same time. So now we're transitioning to what's actually in the notice of intent before the commission for authorization now. The airport currently has control of the airport property itself, as well as easements or permissions from property owners for 4 other properties. That includes there we go. Down here, along the Cranberry Bog, private property here on Main Street, the Ocean State Job Lot, and a small lot here. Those are the only properties where the vegetation management plan is currently proposed, and actually only 2 properties of the 4 that have permissions include wetland resource areas or their buffer zones. So the commission is only looking at proposed vegetation management on a total of 3 properties at this time. So the work in the notice of intent for authorization currently includes removal of trees above allowed heights within buffer zone only, and it's approximately 2.64 acres. Other work, if it needs to occur in jurisdictional areas where there aren't currently property rights, the airport will have to come back before the commission, so you will have an opportunity to review those at a future date when that work is could legally be executed. So here's more specifically the work proposed at the runway 6 end. This here is a certified vernal pool, and so we are proposing the darker hatching here shows the inner aura and the outer aura, and this is what's proposed in 2024. And it will remove trees above certain heights. Those heights are based on the Part 77 surface and the existing topography. So based on our table here in the inner aura of the vernal pool, the trees could be between 10 and 20 feet. So vegetation taller than that would be removed, but shrubs and other compliant vegetation would be allowed to remain. In the outer aura, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The inner aura around the vernal pool would be between 15 and 40 feet tall. The outer aura would be 10 to 20, and that's again just based on the topography because the vernal pool's in a depressional area.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but can you just, I'm looking at your chart there, vernal pool habitat, isolated land subject to flooding, year 1, 15 to 20 feet. And then years 3 to 5, 15 to 40, is that?
Yes. There we go. Yes, so year 1 is this stuff in the dark, and I apologize. In 2024, the inner aura here, the allowable vegetation will be between 15 and 20 feet.
Allowable, allowable, so.
So
not
vegetation
new-
taller than that would be removed, vegetation lower than that would be retained.
Okay.
In future work, that's these lighter hatchings. Because those are on the transitional surface, which is steeper than the approach surface, this vegetation can be taller, and that's where it would range from between 15 to 40 feet. And so each, those contours are on the plans, but I'm not gonna read every contour to you. So the height does vary, and the intended work would be to remove only those trees taller than the maximum allowable height. The area has very dense shrub vegetation in it. It has it has sweet pepper bush, clethra. So we do expect that shrub layer would expand once it has access to more sunlight and less competition from trees. The trees will be cut flush to the ground and the roots left in place, so they'll be limited to no ground disturbance. Other work in 2024 includes a very limited removal of trees in the outer aura to Beers's Pond. So that those in that area, the vegetation can only be between 10 and 15 feet. And that's it at the runway 6 end in 2024. In future years, between 2027 and 2029, additional vegetation management may be proposed. Down at the runway 24 end, the resource areas are the Cranberry Bog itself, as well as Emery Pond. And so in all of the work here is proposed in 2024 to manage the approach surface. And so that's a total of 0.83 acres. This area is a little bit further away from the runway end, so the vegetation can be taller, and also again based on the existing topography. So vegetation here will remain if it's less than between 30 and 55 feet. So the proposed work is called selective tree removal. It's logging of trees greater than the maximum allowable height. And then all of that cut material, the trunk, the brush, will be removed from jurisdictional areas and disposed of in compliance with state regulations. There will be no stump grinding within jurisdictional areas. Like I said, cut flush to the ground, and the trunks and the root systems left intact. And there will also be mechanical or manual removal of invasive species during work. To avoid and minimize impact to the resource areas, no work is proposed directly in the resource areas. It is in the buffer zone only, but there will be a compost filter tube installed along the down gradient limit of work to segregate the work area from the resource and intercept potential sedimentation before it can reach the wetland. But ground disturbance will be avoided, so that should be pretty minimal, if any, sedimentation. Shorter vegetation will be left intact and allowed to regrow. And so the cutting areas will be remaining naturalized. This project doesn't include any conversion to turf, nor does it include any impervious surface or other infrastructure at the airport. And then there'll be a staged removal. So that's why some of the work is proposed now in the approach surface, which is very critical for safety at the airport. But then the transitional surface work is proposed over time, and that is to provide ongoing shading, particularly around the vernal pool. So removal of about 35% of the trees along that one side. Shading will still be provided by the other surrounding area while the shrubs grow up, and then the shrubs can provide some shading and protection. Mitigation for the work includes the mechanical or manual removal of invasive species during the work and for a period of 2 years following the work, as well as we're proposing in the first growing season after the vegetation management is implemented, we'll go out and we'll apply seeding to anywhere that's bare and exposed soils. But like I said, we do expect the existing shrub layer, which is robust, to grow and take over those areas exposed by the tree removal. Under the Wetland Protection Act, because the work is limited to buffer zone, it is reviewed under the general provisions, and so that does, we feel that the proposed avoidance and minimization strategies meet the Wetland Protection Act. Under the Chatham bylaw, again, we're in the buffer zone and your resource area, the ARA. It's reviewed under several sections, and we have requested a variance because some of the work is within the no disturb zone. And then also we cannot meet the tree mitigation standards, as any trees planted on the airport would become a future penetration and would require future removal and mitigation. So the variance has been requested for many subsections. We are largely compliant, but there is each of those citations does identify where we would be requesting a variance. Just to summarize the variance procedure here, our project purpose is to comply with FAA requirements for safety to maintain those areas free of penetrations. Therefore, no alternatives exist that would minimize or reduce the amount of tree removal necessary. We have avoided, minimized, and mitigated as practicable. And like I said, we cannot propose compensatory tree planting on the airport because we would be back before you in the future to remove those trees. This is a long project. I'm sure many people in the town are somewhat familiar with it. It was reviewed under the National Environmental Policy Act and received a finding of no significant impact in September 2021. The public availability notice has been published in the Environmental Monitor, so once an order of conditions is issued, this draft vegetation management plan becomes the final vegetation management plan moving forward. A limited amount of the work is within priority and estimated habitat. Previous review of this project by Natural Heritage has resulted in a no-take, but it has been submitted for their review, and we do anticipate a response on December 27th. And then we've also submitted a minor modification type 1 request from the Cape Cod Commission. Their response is pending, but this is based on guidance we received from their chief regulatory officer about how to file this project. And we've also submitted the project for review by the Coastal Zone Management Agency. So I'll be taking questions, but as we discussed, the work proposed right now is within the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction is limited to 3 parcels, inclusive of the airport.
All right, thank you very much. So this is new for us. We have not dealt with this intersection of airports and wetlands protection yet, or before. I think previous commissions have, obviously. But it's not new in the Commonwealth. Across the Commonwealth, towns, especially small towns with smaller airport facilities, deal with this all the time. And it has presented a lot of difficult, thorny issues of how you reconcile the FAA requirements with the Wetlands Protection Act requirements. And for the benefit of those who don't have the context, in 1994, the Department of Environmental Protection resolved the difficulties and the conflicts in those issues by creating a new section of allowable projects under the Wetlands Protection Act for vegetation management projects at airports. And that's under 310 CMR 10.533N. It streamlines the review process. It has different performance standards than a straight-up Wetlands Protection Act filing. It has some other requirements and other restrictions. It allows for vegetation removal at airports as a limited project, requires that it be done with careful design and precautions to minimize adverse effects on wetlands. We are somewhat baffled as to why this project was not filed as a vegetation management at airports limited project. It seems to fit the criteria, at least as far as we can tell. I heard, well, anyway, I believe that your response to Paul to that question was that because you meet the current performance standards and that limited project avenue is only available if you can't meet the performance standards. First of all, I'm not sure that that's an accurate statement. I don't know where that comes from. I've read the regulations and I don't see that it's only for projects that can't meet the regular standards. But nonetheless, because the Chatham bylaw and our regulations are more stringent than the Wetlands Protection Act and the DEP regulations, activities within, and we don't use the term buffer zone, we use adjacent upland resource area, and that name tells you that these are protected resource areas in their own right, not just because they happen to be adjacent to a more traditional kind of wetland resource area. So it's clear that this project cannot comply with all of the performance standards because you've asked for 8 variances from those various standards. So I'm wondering why we're going through this and through the process of evaluating them, their compliance or not with performance standards and compliance or not with the variance requirements, when you could have gone on the streamlined process under a limited project for vegetation management at airports.
Yes, I'm happy to address that.
Okay.
So the first part of, so all of the limited projects are specified at 310 CMR 10.53, Part 3. And the very first sentence of that says, notwithstanding the performance standards at 10.54 through 10.60, which are the resource area specific performance standards, the commission can issue an order of conditions for the following subset of project types. In our interpretation and our experience with DEP, the limited project avenue is only for projects that cannot otherwise meet performance standards specific to resource areas. So there's a limited project for driveway crossings. If you have to cross a wetland to get to your property that's in an upland, if you meet the performance standards, you have less than 5,000 square feet of wetland fill, you would go with a regular application process. You would provide your mitigation, and you'd be all set. But if you needed to fill 6,000 square feet, you would go the limited project route, because that's an allowed project under the limited project when you can't meet the performance standards. So here, we do meet the WPA performance standards for the wetland resources on site. So going with that limited project route is not necessary for this project, because we don't need to avoid any of the performance standards. Additionally, the limited project route, it allows you to execute a project that doesn't comply with Wetland Protection Act performance standards, but it has no bearing on town bylaws. So it would not excuse the need for a variance under the Chatham bylaw. So it just was not, while the name, it does look very straightforward and obvious to go that route, we just didn't need that special permission here, because thankfully we can avoid the direct wetland resource areas.
But not the auras.
Not the auras under the bylaw, but the limited project would not permit, the limited project has no bearing on the aura, because it's a bylaw resource.
Okay, well, so we do go through this process of looking at the application of the performance standards and the applicability of relief through variances. But before we do that, I wanted to have a couple questions about, we'll get into that in a second, but I want to clarify a few things. When you refer to the maximum allowable heights that the FAA requires, what is the data source for what they look at when they set those? When it's based on the types of aircraft utilizing the airport, is that based on historic data of aircraft that have been using the airport? Do you know how that height is done?
It's aircraft, yeah, that'd be great, Mark, if you could come up.
Hi, I'm Marco Tariano, Gale Associates. We're the current engineer consultant for the airport. So to answer your question, the surfaces are based on types of aircraft that use the airport. So depending on what the classification is, what airport code, it's all based on the FAA design advisory circulars. So for this particular airport, it's a smaller airport. So those surfaces, those trapezoidal shapes that were shown earlier, that's what defines the limits of the clearing surface. So as you come up off the runway end, coming up like that. What determines the heights of those is the 20-to-1 slope in that trapezoidal area. So depending on what's happening with the topography, if the topography is going down and the surface is up, then your trees can be taller.
Right.
If the ground is up and the surface is here, your trees are shorter. So it's not the FAA doesn't determine the allowable height. The FAA determines the clearing area between the trapezoid and the slope that imaginary surface is rising at. So we compiled the data from MassGIS contours and then from our surface. So the FAA I don't want to get too technical, but the runway end is at a certain elevation, and then you come off 200 feet and then go up at 20-to-1 from that point at 200 feet from the runway. So, for example, if the runway end is at 50 feet, I'm going up at 20-to-1. At a certain point, that imaginary surface is sort of hanging out there, and then your trees are allowed to grow up to that surface. So, but that, you take that elevation, go 20-to-1 over a distance, and that's the elevation at the tree, and then subtract that from the ground, and that's what the tree height's allowed to be.
Okay, so the applicant or the airport itself goes through that and then presents that data to the FAA, so the FAA does not set the allowable.
No, and that was
height.
done
Okay.
by an aerial survey,
Okay,
by an aerial surveying company.
Right,
who
they set the
provided those.
slopes
okay.
of the surface.
So different types and sizes of aircraft, I would think, have different needs in terms of what that angle needs to be.
Not necessarily, no, it's based on the design aircraft at the airport, so the airport has so many operations of a certain type of aircraft. And that's what is used to give the airport a certain code. And that code is what's used for those imaginary surfaces, the slope and the width and the shape of that trapezoid. Not the shape of the trapezoid, but the width at the beginning and at the end of that trapezoidal area.
Mm-hmm. And okay, so let me ask it one more time so I'm clear. I apologize if I'm hammering at this. The analysis that's done is based on the historical use at the airport and the kinds of aircraft and what that angle of ascent is.
Yes.
Okay. Does it ever involve projections for?
Like future aircraft use?
Yep. Or does it involve that in this case? I don't care about generally, I'm sure.
No, not in this case, no.
Okay, so this is all historical data?
This is, yes, historical data.
Okay. Okay, sorry, it took me a while to get to that, but.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear.
No,
I thought I was, because I don't want to get.
This is very technical.
Because
and
I
it's a little
didn't want to
above,
get too technical, because I didn't want to get lost in the.
No, that's
in it,
okay.
But
all right, so then, based on all of that, the project proposes to remove trees that are above that allowable height. Why can't they be identified in advance? So because you're going through our bylaw and our regulations, especially in the no disturb zone, but also even in the outer auras, we always require that for tree removal, and you've seen it here today, that they are identified in advance, that they are inventoried, they are marked on a site plan, they are marked in the field, so that everybody is very clear about what we're talking about.
Yes, so the clearing area, as Mark said, was done by aerial survey. So that area is the canopy. And that canopy can have overlapping trees within it. So as part of the selective removal, instead of going in and clear cutting all of the trees, they go and they measure each tree. And it's like a range, in each clump of trees. And it's like a rangefinder device. So you have to be able to see the bottom of the tree and the top of the tree to get the height of that tree.
Yep.
And when there's a lot of trees, you can't measure them because you can't stand right directly on the trunk and range find it. That angle's too obtuse. So you have to be able to see the whole tree, and you have to be able to see each unique tree.
Well, how do you do that without having to remove
So you would do the front edge and the next edge and kind of work your way through it systematically.
it's more of an iterative process where you may take down a tree and then realize, oh, that tree behind it is taller, so we need to take that one as well. We can define clearing areas, based on aerial mapping, but it's
Well, we've seen you've seen the areas.
Yeah, it's difficult to pinpoint, every single tree that needs to be taken down.
Yeah, but that's how our regulations work, that we identify in advance. We don't allow clearing in an area, we allow removal of specified, identified trees.
Due to the density here, I mean, there's no, I'm not sure how we could measure each tree to identify this one has to go and this one could stay when we can't get that necessary perspective to be able to measure them. And that's why we're committing to the selective, we're committing to measuring each tree and each clump of tree in the field. We'd be happy to document what's removed and report back to the commission, so you have a full inventory of the species and heights. But yeah, the
that's-
aerial survey just gets the canopy, which could have overlapping trees or some trees that are that are too tall, but other smaller trees in the understory, which would be fine to leave.
Part of the problem, we're all struggling, I can feel us all here with this, is that, it feels like signing a blank check and saying, we trust you to take down only the ones that are, whatever, above this allowable height. But the other problem is that our mitigation requirements depend upon the species, the size, other factors. I know you've asked for a variance from the mitigation requirements, but mitigation for tree removal is not limited. We don't have to limit it to planting other trees. There are other mitigation options open to you. And I suggest that when you're in these dense areas and you're taking down a number of trees, you're going to leave behind some newly opened areas that may be attractive for invasive vegetation coming in. So it would be normally our process to require that when you propose a plan that when the trees are removed, lower growing shrubs or lower trees are planted in the place of that. That would not provide a problem for the airport operations. But we can't do that without knowing.
So we are proposing to remove invasives during the tree removal process and then manage for invasives in subsequent years. We do, based on the density of existing native shrubs, we really do expect them to proliferate and grow into those exposed areas, especially with the removal of invasive species. And we are proposing to go back the next year, and if that has not happened, to rectify that. So we do feel that given the density of shrubs, we could plant shrubs and they would, they may or may not survive with the robustness of the other growth in the area. So we'd like to let the existing native vegetation have an opportunity to flourish. If it doesn't, we would then be planting shrub species, so that over time, this area is maintained as a naturalized area of compatible height shrubs and herbaceous growth.
And how long would you expect that before you would know whether planting is going to be called for or not?
We would do it the next growing season. So we'd give the existing shrubs 1 year to rebound with invasive management. And if they don't flourish and expand, we would act.
Okay. I'm going to think about how to solve this problem of not identifying the trees in advance, because it's a big obstacle in my way of thinking. But I'll let other people chime in, because maybe somebody has. We'll get to you guys in a few minutes as soon as we've all had a chance to ask our questions. Karen, do you want to?
Well, I as well am struggling with number of trees and everything, and with mitigation. And I understand that you're saying you wait a year and see, but even the town, when they do something, if that property has no place to put mitigation, we allow them to put it elsewhere on another property owned by the town. There has to be some place at the airport, like along the fence, and that you could put shrubs or something. There has to be some way you could do some mitigation. But what I struggle with is I don't even know how much mitigation is needed, because I don't have a clear idea as to what is being removed. And so, like Janet, and I'm just sort of reiterating, that's my struggle, and getting a clear picture of what you're trying to do, because this does affect other people, other properties, the area. And even if it's Ocean State or whatever, it does affect other areas that I want to make sure we're taken care of. So that's just my thing, and I'll stop.
So based on the canopy coverage, we are proposing about 1.4 acres of total removal area. So, again, that's canopy, not trunks. But at 1.4 in 2024, with another approximately 1.2 to occur in 2027 to 2029, based on funding availability through Mass DOT and FAA. So a total of 2.6.
But right now, we're dealing with 2024. We're not dealing with,
The notice of intent, well, how the VMP notice of intent authorization works is that you would be authorizing the work, all of the proposed work in the 5-year operational plan. And then in 5 years, the airport comes back and they report on what of that they did, and they refresh that 5-year operational plan for the next 5 years.
well, our orders only go out 3 years. So 5 years is beyond what our order would cover. So you would have to come back for another order.
There is the possibility of a 5-year maintenance order of conditions, and so that is one avenue for issuing a 5-year order of conditions.
Okay.
We have not seen that, we have not
Yeah,
done that.
we have not had
It
that.
feels like it's another consequence of the way that this is coming to us. Coming as a straight Wetlands Protection Act filing, the vegetation management plan isn't relevant to us. We're not being called upon to approve it or disapprove it, nor will we pass any view on it substantively. It's just not part of a Wetlands Protection Act NOI. I recognize that it's required by the FAA, and you have to do this, but we are not, under our Wetlands Protection bylaw and regulations, we cannot approve something like that goes out for a period of time and doesn't specify what's happening. What we can do right now, and all that we're deciding today, are those areas outlined in the blue that are in the notice of intent for the vegetation removal, and that's presenting complications enough in terms of identifying what vegetation is being removed. But I don't want there to be any expectation that we're going to be taking any action with respect to the vegetation management plan, other than knowing what's coming. We understand this is a phased project over years. It's helpful to know what's going to be coming in the subsequent years as we move forward. This is the first part of it. There'll be more later as areas are identified and access rights are obtained and all the other things that have to happen. But, I'm sorry to see you. I know, sorry.
Nope.
I know you have to go.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, before you go, speak something. Speak your piece.
First, apologies, I have a board meeting I have to get to. The one thing that I'm not clear on or comfortable with is the way the trees are going to be taken down. And I cannot envision, the only image that was in my mind, and this is not a criticism and not fair to you, are those big machines that go along the highway and just take trees. I know that's not how you're going to do it, but if there's a way that we can be involved in selecting and knowing what trees are going down and marking it so that we know how to mitigate it, perhaps in other areas of the town, with trees, not shrubs. Overstory is extremely important in our environment. That's, and you know that. There was one other thing I thought of. Oh, I have a house on a little over a half an acre of land, and it's completely canopied. And I was thinking every tree would go, because they're all, Karen, right? Our neighborhood would be completely raised. So it's just, it hurts my heart. Understand for safety, understand FAA, but there's got to be a way to do it with knowledge of what you're doing.
Correct.
That's all. So I apologize, I have to leave.
Thank you for that, Elise, though. And I think apropos of your point about the methodology for the tree removal, I'm going to swing over here to look to Bob, who I think has some questions and thoughts about that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think I have too many questions that for the time that we probably have remaining
Yeah, we have 10
brain
minutes.
power for today. But you mentioned in your application a site visit. I think that would be a good idea.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So we should probably try to get that nailed.
We'd be happy to do
Because
that.
this is a very complex project. The machinery that's going to go in to remove the trees, I think you had some pictures of them. They're big, right? And they have treads, and they're going to go in there, and they're going to lop them, they're going to pick them up as they lop them. Is that the way it works? And they clear
That's,
them out
yep,
that
that's
way?
one of the logging methods, yes.
All right, so when they're in there, what I read your application is saying is that, well, the understory, the shrubs aren't going, or they're going to bounce back, basically. And I have a hard time accepting that, because that doesn't seem logical to assume that they will bounce back. Maybe you have a documented evidence that you can provide us that show, here's what it looked like before, here are machines taking out trees. Look, next year, the shrubs are all great, because otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me.
We'd be happy to share some photos, yes. I mean, we have experience. That's part of why we propose to wait a little bit, give the shrubs that time to bounce back, because when the machine does just drive over them, you're right, you look at that and you say, well, you know, I've seen timber mats laid down for utility projects that are down for a year. And when you first lift them up, it looks like crushed sticks. But very quickly, shrubs, including alders and dogwoods, all sorts of really hardy woody shrubs come roaring back. So we're happy to share some photos.
All right. Another thing that I can't get past so far is that you're removing trees at a certain height defined by your algorithm. What about 1-inch saplings that are 2 feet tall?
Right, so that maximum allowable height has some built-in distance between the penetration surface, so that no, you made a sound.
No, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, so anything that's lower than the allowable height can stay. So that 1 inch, that 2 foot tall 1 inch sapling is allowed to remain.
But that sapling will grow to be a tree.
Then we will come back when that
You'll
comes
come back,
and then
but would you come
ask for
back under a
permission again.
separate application, or do you consider that coming back part of this application?
No, that would be a separate application because it would be under a separate project.
Then why would you do that if, we have analogous situations that come before us all the time where a property owner wants a view to the water, because that's what we're all about here in Chatham. And what we do is work with them to approve, of course, you don't have a view corridor, but to approve a view corridor, and we'll say, okay, we can remove these trees, even if they're saplings, we're going to plant low-growing shrubs and biomass such that you never have to come back and remove a tree. It would seem that would be the proper way of doing this.
So this is it's a balancing act, and that's part of why we reference that generic environmental impact report. The MIPA office felt, and they worked with agencies to develop these best practices that when you follow them, which the VMPs developed to follow the generic environmental impact report, the regulatory agencies say that that's the way to minimize environmental impacts while achieving the necessary safety outcomes. So that is the recommendation that we receive for airport vegetation management from the state.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can see that as being the least expensive approach.
I think it'd be less expensive to clear cut the whole area and mow it, but
No, we're not talking about clear cutting and mowing. I'm talking about replacing biomass with lower growing shrubs that will never exceed the height that the airplanes need to be over. So, in other words, one and done. Do it right the first time, it's more expensive. Don't have to come back.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The state guidance says cut down below this cut trees above the maximum allowable and allow the rest. And so we're trying to follow the state guidance.
I understand that's what it says, but.
So I understand what you're saying, and I definitely respect that. The airport doesn't want to go back and go back and go back.
Are you saying that the state, I'm not sure whether you said guidelines or whether it's mandatory required that you leave? Does it require that you leave smaller saplings and smaller trees in place? That you're not allowed to cut them if they're below?
So the methods specified in the VMP are the methods that were reviewed and recommended in the generic environmental impact report. So those were not methods that we came up with or that are unique to this airport. They are methods that were reviewed statewide and found.
Are they mandatory? You said they're recommended by the-
Vegetation management plans must be prepared in accordance with the generic impact report.
Okay, so,
Yes.
okay, so it is
So-
mandatory.
If a tree, let's say, is a foot shorter than the lowest amount you're allowed, let's say if it's 15 feet, you've got a tree 14 feet, you're not going to touch it?
That's my understanding, yes.
So in a year, it could be 15 feet, could be 16 feet, and you're going to leave it. Because that would be under a separate
So,
request at
so
a
that
later
allowable
date.
height builds in a buffer of 10 feet. So your
Aha.
allowable height, so you have your approach surface, you have 10 feet. So that gives, so you, under FAA regulations, we were required to cut under 10 feet below that surface, so you don't go back the next year and cut the 14-foot tree that became a 15-foot tree.
So you're giving us 5 years' worth of growth for the next plan from that tree she's talking about. Maybe that tree will be cut 5 years later, but you're allowing for that 5 years of growth.
Yeah,
Is what it
it would
is.
be
It's-
growing
yeah.
during that time, so it's a
Doesn't make sense.
So, but, I mean, I understand what they're asking is why, in a way, why don't we do full mitigation, like remediation?
Well-
Take it all out, replant it, and never come back. But that's not an option.
And
is
I'm
what it
not
sounds
loving
like.
taking out trees.
But
Let me
it
just
sounds
say
like-
that. But it doesn't, to me, make sense that you're going to leave a tree that's almost at the height and then wait 5 more years. Then it's taller than many of the trees you just took out.
And the shrubs in the area undergo the same impact and
Yeah.
disturbance that they went through and recovered from 5 years before. Seems like a endless cycle.
But it is how you do it.
Well, that's how we're recommended to do it.
Yeah.
You know, we're by the FAA and funding agencies that, you know, we report to for these types of projects. So they have certain requirements that they like to see. You know, I totally understand the point. Why don't we just sort of do it all? And that is an option, but, well, right, I know, but that's, so you made the face, is we prefer not to do that, because I don't think that, because I think that's sort of doing more damage, but I mean, I understand your concerns. It's just, we're a little bit hamstrung, you know, trying to balance the outcome here, you know, favorably with what we're required to do by the FAA and the state, and what we, you know, what the Conservation Commission would like to see from us. So, you know, we're
And that's where we go from that short-term plan to that longer-term plan. So we would implement, our 2024 plan. And in those areas, in the future, we maintain it for that long-term plan. And that long-term plan says, the set heights. And so if trees exceed those heights in the future, right, then that would be coordinated and with the Conservation Commission and those trees removed. And so I think
Under a separate request, correct?
Separate notice of intent.
Yeah. It wouldn't, when you say with us, you'd have to reapply, correct?
So typically, these orders of conditions are extended through the submission of the 5-year yearly operating plans.
See, we struggle because we've got the 3-year, and then sometimes, under special circumstances, someone can request an extension, but even those are limited. And it has to be very specific reasons. So we're still with a 3-year plan. I know you keep talking about 5 years, but our order is 3. Go ahead, Bob.
I will note that
Then it would be a separate NOI. It would be a separate
Okay.
authorization from this
you'll
commission.
remember the dredging plan, the 10-year plan that we approved.
Oh, true.
So at large scale state
True.
level
I forgot about
plans.
the dredging. Thank you.
I guess if you think about it, analogous to that.
Yeah, well, we could ask them that they have to come back in at the year 3 to go through, tell us that they're recutting again or something. It could be a.
Well, I guess I'm hearing two different things. One is continuing work that needs to be done within the area that we are considering right now, those 3 properties, versus what's in the 5-year and beyond plan of the vegetation management plan. That's, I mean, I think we are just limited to just this, right?
You can only authorize
What,
what
The
the
work-
airport has legal access to.
So that's those properties.
right, but we're not we're not authorizing it to say, when you get legal rights, you'll be able to go ahead, because that will be a separate
That
NOI
would be
filing,
separate,
and we
yep.
can deal with that later. I have a quick related question. Why are the allowable heights given in ranges, 15 to 20? What does that mean? If it's
On the
maximum
plans,
height?
there's those lines, and they're at 5-foot intervals, and so those ranges are, at the end of the trapezoid closer to the airport, it's typically that lower one, so that would be maybe 10 feet. And then by the time you get to that next contour.
I see, it's the interplay
So-
of the resource areas and the areas of the airport, how they interact. in
Correct,
that
correct, so
area.
it's.
Imaginary airspace surface and the ground
Got it,
contours.
okay, thank you. I just was thinking about that. All right. Do we have anything else at the?
Well, I got hijacked there by,
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was
You-
still going.
You were going.
Sorry.
but that's fine. I'm just gonna, maybe just one more thing. And I'm really pretty fuzzy from the application on who does invasive manual removal and how,
So
and
that
under
would
what
be,
conditions. In other words, you're pulling everything that's invasive, just the big things? There's no detail in the plan for how that would actually occur.
so that is, part of the contract, so the contractor, who's doing the tree removal would be removing the invasive, so they would be educated on that, on which ones are invasives. We, as the environmental consultant, often will go out and work with them for several days to make sure they're clear on the identification and
Okay,
flag areas of removal.
You would train them on the job.
We train them on the job to make
Okay.
sure that they're not pulling native stuff. We do understand that there's a moratorium in town on use of certain herbicides, and that may be expanded. So to respect that, we are only proposing manual and mechanical removal.
Okay, but wouldn't it be better and more efficient to hire a contractor who's already experienced in invasive vegetation removal and management, so you don't have to educate them?
And
And
many
you
of
don't have
the,
the risk of them making a mistake?
many of the contractors are, right? They already are, and that's often, taken into consideration. But
Yeah.
we know these are sensitive areas.
Right.
And we work
We-
closely to implement your conditions.
We often put conditions in orders that specify certain minimum requirements for contractors. Also, that the contractors be approved in advance of doing any work by the conservation agent and possibly the Conservation Commission, so that we're satisfied that it's not just somebody, we've
it's
seen
just-
what can happen. put
And
it
just to
that
sort
way.
of piggyback off that, this project is using public funds, so it will be publicly bid through that process.
Okay,
But we would comply with any of those orders and the conditions,
okay.
conditions in the order.
Since you mentioned funding, the funding isn't coming from the airport, it's coming from the state?
It's through a grant program, so a portion of it will be funded by the FAA, another portion will be funded by the state, and the remaining portion will be funded by the town.
Oh, okay. So just in the same vein of my previous comment about the invasives, your application talks about planting where needed, I guess, or where it's suitable, native plants. But there's no detail other than, there's just no detail about it. And it would be good to know what the actual practice will be. You mentioned if it's going to be 3x5, 15 square foot bare area, you'll toss some seeds on the ground is what it sounds like.
Right, we would use, native wildlife cover
Seed mix.
seeding.
Yeah, and then walk away. I'm just not sure how successful that will turn out to be. But I thought it also said in some cases you'll be planting plants, but maybe I misread that.
We're proposing to specify in the seed mix that there are shrub species included, so it's not only herbaceous cover, but we were not proposing to plant.
Oh, it's only seeds?
Containers.
Only seeds, okay, got it,
Correct.
got it. Lots of other questions, but I'm going to, if we have the site visit, then we'll come back, and I think I can bring those up at that
Right,
point.
I think once we go there together, we'll be able to come back with better understanding of what you're talking about.
Can I just ask one
Yes.
question, kind of based with Bob, in that you're talking about invasive species removal. Is that only under the trees, or is that in a wider area around the trees? Like, is it possible that we can go for some invasive removal, get rid of some porcelain berry, more than what would just be under those trees?
Right, so we're proposing it within the removal areas in the buffer zone or the aura.
Right.
I think we would be open to expanding some of that area as mitigation, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're tapped out, so we're going to turn now to, yes, sir, you had your hand up, so you were the first one. Yes, please.
Or maybe here?
Or you can sit at the table here. You can do either one.
Hello. And I apologize in advance about my public speaking skills because they're very bad. But I'm Catherine Kelsey, and I was born on the property all the way at the top on 440 George Ryder Road. I tell people that I was born in the cranberry bog, and I was completely inspired by its raw nature as a child. Like, it's all very much grown up. It's huge trees. You know, I'd walk down the driveway, which was and is dirt, like it was 35 years ago. Nothing's really changed. Like, it's just a nice section of raw Chatham. And, you know, there'd be like those little toads and reptiles, and my friends in the school would come down and we'd like look at all the different, like, you know, frog eggs and stuff. And so it was a really special area to grow up, and I feel completely like it was too nice. And so I pursued a degree in biology and geology, and I'm a science writer now with over a decade of experience in environmental testing, natural and man-made catastrophe modeling, and map making. So my dad asked me, and so he owns the land at the top, if I could come to this meeting. And just that was like 2 days ago, and so this morning I printed off a couple things, and So I was reviewing the request for a variance to excuse the airport's project from adhering to 8 separate wetland protection regulations. And it was immediately evident the request was dramatically inadequate, dangerously vague, and environmentally irresponsible. So nearly every section of the only 3-page variant request that is, again, covering 8 different variances. It's only 3 pages, and I just thought that was, there couldn't be much information in there, like 0 detail. And so under the project description section, and we've talked about this already tonight, the trees to be cut will be determined in the field, and that seemed pretty weird. Like, the answer basically that they gave was like, there's too many trees. It's like, oh, that seems pretty bad. There's too many trees, so you don't want to plot them. Okay. Under the mitigation measures section, the proposal includes 0 mitigation measures, it seemed like. The minimization of impacts, this section doesn't address or even mention most impacts, including increased airport noise and a ton of other things my dad will probably mention. And then the summary of the alternatives, they mention cutting tops off of trees as an alternative, but say that's not a viable plan because it's prohibited by regulations. But, however, their proposed plan that they want to go with is the clear cutting. Like, we'll cut the whole tree down instead of just the top, which is irrefutably a more severe prohibited activity. And then under potential environmental benefits, the items listed here are not benefits. And then, so I think in light of the holidays and the severity of these overwhelming issues, I'd like to respectively request a continuance to later January to review this in greater detail and consult a lawyer in objecting to the plan. And then the wetland buffer zone considerations must be addressed, and genuine alternatives should be at least acknowledged by the airport. And other towns across America have been dealing with this same issue, and we don't have to let the airport bulldoze what they want through. We don't have to like lie down and write the blank check and let it go, like let unmitigated clear cutting happen on such sensitive land. And they're not saying clear cutting, but that's essentially what's going to go on. And I wish I had photos or something, but it's just, you can imagine that all the trees are tall, and it's surrounded by a bog, a pond, and you know, they're saying that you know, some of the problems about, again, topping the trees is like it would kill them, and then there'd be more birds. And so like they're aiming at I think they're trying to do as little as they possibly can and go through it as easily as possible. And then during the presentation today, again, I was just sort of surprised that the only species they recommended is the sweet pepper bush to naturally expand throughout the territory. And I think that they can do a little better than that for mitigating. And information about the vernal pool habitat I thought was flawed. So, and that's all I have.
Well, thank you. Appreciate your comments. You did very well. And don't worry, this is going to be continued because we share the issue of trying to absorb all of this information that we've been presented with in a pretty short period of time. You only had 2 days. We had a week, but still, we're struggling. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rella Monson. I live on Agnes Lane. I'm one of the 22 properties involved with this tree cutting. The thing that has me most concerned with is my property's not going to be hit next year. But with them taking these trees down to the stump or down to ground level, rather than just topping trees, I'm quite a ways away. With GPS today, they know exactly how many feet away from the end of the runway they are. With the drones, the Airport Commission came by a couple months ago and did pictures or aerials of our properties with a drone. So they know exactly how high these trees are. And with GPS, you know how many feet away from the end of the runway you are. So with that 20-to-1 slope, our trees are going to be, you know, they may have to be topped a little bit, but topping a tree doesn't kill it. But what it does do, almost always, is stop its vertical growth. It may go sideways. And this thing, if the vernal pool, if they cut the trees all down around that, it's going to lose its canopy, and the bushes aren't going to protect it, and that'll end that vernal pool, because the sun is going to get to it and dry it out faster. So my biggest concern is cutting the trees down to the stumps, because when they get to our property, that would ruin my property. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
At long last.
Been a long
After
day.
watching this parade, my first thing is to quote John F. Kennedy, eschew obfuscation. I don't know really
Can
where
you
to start.
please identify yourself for the record first before you
I'm Dick
start?
Kelsey, and I own the land with my kids, everything beyond 2-4, where that red line is, down, it's all enclosed in that. The red line is right around my lot. It's a parallelogram. Somewhere in the late 80s, I was the one that cut the trees beside the runway and at my end of the runway. Same rule then, 20-to-1, but I built a big protractor and put a straight level on it and sighted, and then we topped the trees to that. Now, I understand they want to cut more than is necessary to, the oaks that I cut have now got shoots running up 14, 15 feet. Pines usually die. I've got some beautiful big pines, I've got owls. Most of the pines are to the right of the runway, but there's big ones in there. There's 2 white pines, there's 1 hornbeam, and there's a bunch of trash, junk wood. I complimented, where'd he go? Well, Mr. Harrison, I guess. When he took over, I thought, boy, he's a brave man. So I was promised or offered a lot of things. They talked about clear cutting way back then. I can understand the need to cut down to the 20. I'm a pilot, by the way. And there have been 2 crashes. I just heard of a third. Been 2 crashes since I've lived there. One was a instructor from the airport with the owner of an airplane, and he was landing on 6, headed that way, but he was practicing short field, he was coming in on 2-4, practicing short field landings, and he hit his wheels on the fence, hung the plane up, tipped it over, dumped 58 gallons of gas in my yard, and the other one was a Piper Cub that came in before I owned the place, and that was standing on its nose next to, I had 3 little buildings up there which I removed. Currently, my cottage is directly in line with the runway. If they hadn't covered this obfuscatory pink of where the lines are, it would show up on a Google search or so that house is directly under the runway. I had talked to Mr. Hartley about moving it, because the planes that I'm concerned about are primarily the Pilatus 12s. They're the turboprop jet engine. They carry hundreds of pounds of Jet A fuel, and their balanced fuel length, which is accelerate to V1, which take off and stop, the balanced fuel length is 2,730 feet. The runway is 3,001 feet. So you're going around at least 80 at V1, which is 88 feet a second times 1.3. So around 100 feet a second, which gives you less than 3 seconds to make up your mind whether you're going to try to stop or go off. And I was told that we would be compensated for the taking of our land, basically. The trees straight out from the runway, some of the big ones are there, but there's big ones all the way across. And I'm not sure whether they take that lateral fan from the corners of the runway or what, but within 300 feet of the numbers is my cottage. It's a place I lived when I was in college. My son lived there. And I propose to have it moved out of the way, because with the trees gone, the trees are the only thing that will stop a plane that runs off the end of the runway. The fence doesn't do a thing. And when those burn, you look them up, they're wonderful planes. They're 12-passenger, single pilot, IFR. You can go anywhere and do anything. They're wonderful. When they overrun or when they crash, there's nothing but a burn spot.
Yep.
So what's happened is the use of the airport has changed a lot. I mean, I learned to fly there. My dad helped Wilford build the runways. And it's just, it's overreaching, I think. And the points that have been brought up about your 3-year versus a 5-year plan, I'm so glad of that. That's going to straighten things out a little bit. But when we talked about this initially, they talked about topping the trees. And then they changed it to removal of trees, a lot of trees, especially under the, straight out from the runway. So I said, well, if you're going to cut the trees down, what are you going to do? Well, we just cut them down. I said, no, if you're going to cut a tree down, you're going to take the stump out too, because I'll want to replant some. Even if I buy 1,000 Christmas trees and put them up there, something would be nice to have, not a desolate mess. So I haven't covered half the points. I've been writing notes here that are just scribbles.
There'll be another opportunity.
Thank you.
We will be continuing this we'll meet again after we have our on-site visit, and there'll be more time to deliver comments. We really do have to move on because we are coming to the end of a very long
Well,
day.
if this crew that just made the presentation ends up working down there in my yard, I'm sure the trees will grow well.
Good evening. My name is Tom Wilson. I'm a resident of West Chatham, and I want to thank you for your service to the town and what you bring to making this a special place. In full disclosure, I also serve the town. I'm Chatham's representative to the Cape Cod Commission, but I speak today mainly only as a resident of West Chatham. Today, there's an updated airport master plan that was created back in 2020, which includes extensive data and alternatives on tree removal, vegetation management, and the corresponding environmental impacts. Back in 2003, 20 years ago, the Airport Commission came before the Conservation Commission looking for a permit for an element from their current airport master plan. And back then, the Conservation Commission referred the airport master plan to the Cape Cod Commission for a development of regional impact review. I'm wondering, since the airport is in front of you now looking for variances, will the Conservation Commission be referring this 2020 airport master plan update to the Cape Cod Commission for a development of regional impact review?
It's our understanding that the Cape Cod Commission has had the plan and has issued a number of decisions over the past number of years. The latest one, I thought, in 2013, upon the application by the airport for revisions to that plan. It is also our understanding that this application has also gone to them for review under the master plan, so they already have it and will be rendering a decision.
As the prior gentleman said, things have changed at the airport over the years. What the Cape Cod Commission has ruled on is a master plan that was written in 2003 and approved in 2003. From 2017 to 19, a new master plan was written. It was approved in 2020. It had extensive data and alternative analysis on things that are before you today: tree removal, vegetation management plans, and the corresponding environmental impacts. That master plan, to the best of my knowledge, has never gone before the Cape Cod Commission because it requires a referral from a body such as the Conservation Commission, which has yet to happen.
All right. We will take that under advisement. I've been trying to figure out what's, all right, thank you for that.
I appreciate your time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Anyone else? There's a hand raised on the screen. Yes, thank you. Whoever D is with your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Am I here?
Okay, David.
I'm trying to figure this system out. I'm David Bixby. I've been studying this this project exhaustively over the past week or two. It is mind-boggling how complicated it is. The overlap of your responsibilities and the Cape Cod Commission, this thing, you guys are evaluating this in the context of one small piece of a much bigger package of projects projected over 20 years. For the life of me, I've read the Cape Cod Commission Act. I thought it was pretty clear that a transportation project for an airport with 20-year master plan would require upon submission of an application like a notice of intent, I thought that would trigger an automatic referral for DRI evaluation by the Cape Cod Commission. I can't understand why why the Conservation Commission is even meeting on this without having first done the referral. I've talked to the regulatory officer at the Cape Cod Commission, and I am really confused by what she's telling me about this modification, minor modification type 1. It seems to me that the regulatory apparatus in place is kind of shirking its responsibilities here and dodging the requirement that this airport plan be reviewed. This clearing of land at the end of each end of the airport, it's not just a little thing they're doing. It's part of a bigger proposal to change the approaches from basically a Part 77 or a visual approach to land at the airport to, as I understand it, what I guess is called, the FAA calls a TERPS approach. I think it's an instrument-controlled approach. There are significant ramifications to this project that go beyond what's going on at each end of the runway. I do not understand why we're not referring this project to the Cape Cod Commission and asking for a full DRI review. There's other issues. I think the consultant was saying, well, we only look backwards when we make plans for our needs for approaching the airport. Well, if you go back 20 years, we didn't have Pilatus aircraft 20 years ago. This airport has changed significantly in just the past few years. I've looked at the original approval for the DRI by the Cape Cod Commission back in 2005. One of the conditions for that approval was that they maintain the heights of these trees that we're talking about today so that they wouldn't penetrate the 20-1 slope. They have done nothing. There has not one instance of the Airport Commission going on to any property to control the growth of those trees. Why all of a sudden today is this a crisis that we have to deal with? I think that the commission is, I think they have plans for this airport that they're not being forthright with the community here, and for that matter with you guys. I think there's a lot of questions as to what's going on here and why all of a sudden is this so important, and we're not getting those answers. And I don't know, I know you guys have a limited, what you cover is limited to wetland protection, which I'm only just beginning to understand, but there's much bigger issues at stake here. And I don't know, I just feel that there needs to be a more comprehensive approach to what's going on at this airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bixby. Appreciate your comments. There's a couple of different things at play in there. To the extent that there's a 2020 airport master plan, that is a significant change from the plan that was approved by the Cape Cod Commission in 2003, that we don't know. I honestly don't know the process for referring projects of regional importance to the Cape Cod Commission, but we will look into that. All we have in front of us today is the NOI for the limited amount of work that's being proposed. I get your sense that there's something larger afoot, may well be, but we will find out what responsibilities we have in terms of the Cape Cod Commission, and we will pursue that. Is there anyone else? 5 o'clock, we are. Okay. All right, so we have to schedule an on-site. I will leave that to you to work out with Paul and Crystal. They will send us calendar polls. We'll figure out dates that are work for everybody. Given the approaching holidays, to get that in and then reschedule. We do have to continue this to a date certain, so I'm trying to figure out how long that's going to take. I'd be inclined to give us, yeah, I'm not going to be here then, so, to January 24th, as the, I can do it online. Yep.
That would be fine.
January 24th works?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a conflict, but I can either call in or my able vice chair will handle it. So with that, we can have a motion to continue
Absolutely.
this to January 24th.
I move that we continue 240 and 438 George Ryder Road and 1652 Main Street, Chatham Municipal Airport, to the meeting on January 24th, 2024.
And Lisa's not here, so I'll second that. Roll call, Bob?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
I say aye too, so we'll see you in the field at some point between now and then we'll reconvene here with others who want to come and participate. That's fine, on the 24th of January.
Great, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
All right, now we have to do minutes.
Oh,
Oh, good.
yes, let's do them as a
So Cheryl
clump.
says- But Paul has to call it in.
Paul,
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Do you want to just?
we're going to
put the
do,
minutes as-
we're going to do all three sets of minutes in one.
Okay.
So, all right, they've been in the Dropbox for some time.
Did he say what minutes they were
Yes, they,
officially?
oh, we will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, anybody have any further changes while I have them open here in front of me?
I did not.
Do we need to open?
Okay.
That's what I was asking. Paul did.
No, we don't have, we're just going to vote to,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, minutes of November 1st, 8,
in 15.
15.
Yep,
Right.
okay.
Getting caught up.
So there are some minor edits in them,
Yeah.
and if nobody has any further edits,
Nope.
we will take a motion to approve all three.
Well, well, yes,
course.
but on the, for the 8th,
Yeah.
there's no report at all for 160 Shore
Oh,
Road?
yeah, we're not going to vote on the 8th. Thank you for remembering that. The 8th is missing the notes for 162 Shore Road. We opened the hearing that day. So it has a description, but it doesn't have anything. So we're going to hold on the 8th, and we'll make a motion to approve the 1st and the 15th.
Okay.
I would have forgotten that.
So I move that we approve the minutes from November 1st and November 15th, 2023.
I second.
Roll call, Bob?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Cheryl?
Aye.
I say aye, they are approved. We'll hold on, we'll pick up the 8th later at the next hearing. And now can we have a motion to adjourn, please?
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
I vote aye.
I'll vote aye.
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 It's unanimous,
It's
we are
unanimous.
adjourned.
We're done.
5 past 5, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Good night, guys.